Hey, what's up, everybody? Happy, I don't even want to say it. It's Monday. It's Monday. Welcome back, all y'all. Good to have you here. Good to be here. Good to see you all here. Thanks for joining us today. It is another week in the books. In the books. It is May 15th of 2023. So great to see you. So great to be here with you, as I said. Well, today, everybody, guess where we're going? We're going back to Idaho. Imagine that. How about that, guys? What if we were all wrong? Who knows? What am I talking about? I don't even know, but we're going to have to figure it out. And I get help with that because the lovely, lovely Mama Bear is here as my co-host, as always. So great to have her here. What do you say we get this show on the road? Sounds like a plan to me. And we are off. Hello. How are you?
Pretty good for a Monday.
Yes. Happy Mother's Day again to you. I hope you had a great day yesterday.
It was okay.
Okay. I guess I know what that means. It's all good. Welcome to everybody. I missed you guys so greatly. I hope all of you awesome mothers in here had an amazing day yesterday because you all deserve it for sure. And Mrs. Dago herself said to tell you all you mothers, that she hopes you all had a happy Mother's Day as well, guys. So there you go. Thank you guys for joining us today again. As I said, we are jumping back into the car and heading back out to Idaho one more time, guys. It's not gonna be one more time. We're gonna be in Idaho for a while. But anyway, today, guys, we're gonna go back and we're gonna take a look at this affidavit again. With all these new things that have been jumping out of the woodwork and every which way, left and right, we need to look at that affidavit one more time, break it down, tear it apart, and again, we're gonna think about the things that Kim has said to us. And who is Dave? We're gonna talk about Dave and review a little bit of that today as well. Dave is going to be on Drunk Turkey Show tonight again. He was on Lana's show Saturday, or was it yesterday?
I think it was last night, wasn't
it? Either way, he was on Truth and Transparency, guys. If you haven't checked it out, go listen to it. Check her out. And please be sure to tune in tonight to Drunk Turkey Show. They have a great show over there, guys, and it's going to be interesting to say the very least. Thank you guys all so much for joining me today. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night, whatever it is. I hope it's good for you because it's good for me, and it's so great to have you all here again with us. Who do we have here in chat? Double Doll. Good to see you, Coco. Welcome. Good to have you, Mrs. M. Once again, thanks for joining us. Bama Askin. Good to see you. Miss Brandy, my dear. Thanks for joining us. The lovely Jules of all trades. What's up, Jules? Thanks for being here. Excuse me, guys. D Smalls, the trophy wife, is in the house. Good to see you. Miss Kim Marin. Little Miss Nikki, the wandering orphan, is in the house. Good to have you. Tiffany Guzman, good to see you. Miss Diane Draper. D Smalls, welcome.
Wow, Jules.
Did I get T2014's in the house? Good to have you here. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house, everybody. Good, thanks for joining us, Molly. Thanks for being here, my dear. And Miss Paula, good to see you. Prying Paula, I love that name now. Miss Sherry's in the house. The Wisdom Speaks, good to have you here. And what did Jules say, by the way? Kim Marin, good to see you. If I didn't say it already, I'm sorry. Miss Sandra Williams, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Dawn Couch, welcome. That's a new name. Lee Myrick, thanks for joining us. I'll get through it. I think I did it that time, guys. I did it quick, too. How about that one? Amy D, good to have you. None of your names are boring. Amy D, that's not my... Try being called Joe. How boring can you get with that, Joe? It's just Joe. Hey, guys, I'm Joe. Yeah, anyway, Alexis, good to see you. Nobody's names, and none of you guys are boring. You guys are all the most amazing people, and you're all here with me, guys. Do me a favor, make sure on the way in the door, if you haven't done it, please do it now. That's right, Lee Merrick said it. Leave some DNA on that like button. Absolutely. I coined a phrase. How about that one? Cammy Q's in the house. Good to see you. Miss Elisa Ustuzian. Oh my God, I'm sorry about that. Ustoizen. Almost. Okay, greetings from South Africa to you as well. We have another person from South Africa. That's awesome. I'll just say Lisa because I don't want to butcher your name anymore, Miss Lisa. Or Lisa Ooh. Something like that. I don't want to ruin it. So DNA is on the like button. Thank you all so much. I got 28 likes and I have 85 people. What is the deal, guys? I'm not a true detective, but I am in true crime. So let's figure that one out. How about that? Mikey's in the house. What's up, bro? Good to see you. I hope you had a great weekend, my brother. And again, all of you beautiful, wonderful, amazing mothers, I hope you all had an amazing Mother's Day because you all deserve it. Emilio from Sweden. That's awesome. Welcome. Good to have you here. And why did I say it like that? I have no idea. Every time I see that word, I do that. It's crazy. I'm a little bit crazy, folks. As if you didn't know that, right?
Yeah.
You're not supposed to agree with me.
I was talking.
Yeah, I bet. Whatever. Wild Violet. Good morning. Good to see you. Come on in, guys. Hit the like button. Guys, do me a favor. Share this out to your friends, your neighbors, the cat, the dog, the fish, the mailman, the milkman. How about the Amazon driver, the FedEx driver, whoever else is out there? Lisa, oh, there we go. Sounds great. Mr. Larry's in the house. What's up, brother? Share it out, guys. And do me a favor. At the very, very end, please make sure you leave a comment. 86 awesome people here, guys. Don't forget, I need some DNA on that like button. My buddy Stu in the background there. If you can't see him, he wants it too. Check him out. See him back there, that little head right there in the crack of the chair?
Barely.
That's our kitty Stu. Yeah, he didn't live here before. He moved in yesterday.
My
daughter
I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, but there was no Stu before.
Yeah.
Just Oliver and Olivia. Now we have a Stu.
Huh.
My daughter has 13. So she now has 12. She decided, since this one, I guess, was beating the rest of them up. He's big. If you guys see him once he gets comfortable and he gets up and moves, he's big. But he's scared to death, so he won't move. He won't. If you touch him, he meows. As soon as you touch him, he's very cute. He's a Maine Coon tabby, but he's monstrous. Like his head's this big. He's huge. Hey, Stu. Yeah, he won't bother. He hasn't eaten in a day and a half yet, so he's still scared.
Yeah.
My kids are bugging me for a cat, but I still have to remind them after 2 years when to feed. Right. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? I get it. That's right. Yeah, we got to feed these things when we get them, guys. We got to feed them. Yes, your Sunny is adorable. That's true. Yes, guys, we're a cat channel here by all means. Mama Bear's got her kitties. We got my kitties. Molly's got her cats. We all got kitties in here.
Yep.
We love our cats. And again, everybody, just for those of you that do know about the scenario, we did lose my dog Oscar, and he has been cremated, and we will get him back here shortly. Thank everyone in here that helped in that, took part in that. You guys, you have no idea how important that is to us and how much it means to all of us in our hearts, from our hearts to yours. And thank you all so very much. My whole family thanks you. But he is no longer suffering and is in a better place, and we will have him back. My daughter got us. Let me show you guys. Yeah, it was just Oscar, Nikki. Please don't put a curse on me. Hold on.
I'm like, whoa, yeah. That was enough.
So this will be Mr. Oscar.
Those are cute.
Yeah, everybody has one for their house.
No.
They're kind of all different, but they're very nice. My daughter picked these up. So that will be our Oscar. And we'll keep him with us all the time. I got you, Nikki. I understand. Yeah. Well, you know what? My other one, Oliver, well, the other two are both Maine Coon, but they're Maine Coon Somalians. And I thought they'd be bigger. This guy is huge. I mean, he's big. He's long, too. He's like this long. He'll stretch himself out and like curls up. He's very scared. He's so petrified. He's like a big baby, but whatever. He's beautiful. I love him. Brandy's a little not happy with the situation. I'll just put it that way, because she's like, we're not replacing my dog. I said, nobody's trying to replace the dog. I promise you. He's a cat. Oscar's a dog. There's no replacing.
Yeah.
It just still happened to happen that way, that my daughter was like, Dad, I can't keep him here anymore. He's killing, like trying to kill all the other cats. And I said, well, it probably doesn't help that you have 13 in one house, you psycho.
Yeah.
I said, you're 30 years old and you're the crazy cat lady already. Come on. She didn't like that comment. But I said, I'll help you out. We'll try it on a probationary thing. And if he works out, then he works out. And if he don't, sorry.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Miss Brady. Guys, yes, this is a 100% crowd-funded channel to keep me up and running out here, coming to see you on a daily basis. StreamYards, internet, all the great things that keeps me running is all coming from you guys, supported by you all. So if you should want to support the channel, please feel free via the Venmo, PayPal, and the Cash App. It is so very much appreciated. Thank you so much for that. 129 people in here, guys.
Wow.
Let's hammer that like button, because again, I still only have 54. I'm not a detective, but I am in true crime, and I think I got it figured out. The rest of you got to hit the button. Come on. Get me up in that algorithm. We'll be floating out over everything.
Yep. He does know 2 plus 2, guys.
Yep. We are still growing, by the way, everybody, and I thank you so very much for that. Once again, I don't know if you saw the subscriber number yet. Again, we're crawling up to 3 now, guys.
Yay!
And you guys are doing it. Somebody told me last night in another channel that they think I'm going to be at 5 within a month or 2, and I'm like, I don't know about that.
Whoa.
He said, I really think you are, and I said, well, so be it. I got plenty of room in my heart for all of them. So.
Yep. Hey, Liza. Good to see you, hon.
So what do you think about all this stuff, Jules? Give me your input, my dear.
She took 12 pages of notes from the Lana Dave interview.
Yeah, I ran out of notebooks. Look, I ran out of notebooks and had to go to this dinky thing. This is what I'm into now. I went through 2 other full notebooks.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go to the dollar store.
I'm about to go buy a pack of the, just a pack of them, because my note taking is horrible, folks. I'll have things written sideways on pages and upside down and in a corner and in a circle somewhere underneath something else. And then I go back to look at it and I'm like,
I usually have doodles. I'm like, what?
Yeah. Yep. Listen, if you are not working, busy, or have the time, Jules, you're more than welcome to jump up here. I'd love to get your input on this as well. I agree he's genuine. He doesn't seem to have any reason to not be. I feel that same way at this point. I will tell you guys one thing. I watched an interview over the weekend, and I'm kind of angry. I told Mama Bear about it. I don't know if anybody else has seen it wasn't an interview. It was a segment. We'll just put it that way. Nancy Grace. I'm already not a huge fan of hers, okay? Well, she did a whole thing about I just went brain dead. Like, I think I short-circuited on the right side for a minute. What was I going to say, Mama Bear?
Nancy Grace.
Yeah, that'd be fine, Jules. The link is in the chat if you'd like to. Yeah, the Nancy Grace. What was she talking about again that I was complaining to you about?
The Brian Koberger got pulled over.
That's it. Thank you. I got so much running through my head. Sorry. Anyway, if you guys saw the Nancy Grace thing where she did the segment when Brian got pulled over by the female police officer, I don't know what you guys think, but I was not happy. I don't care who he's a suspect for. Don't make lies up. Don't make things up. Tell the truth about it. He did not act anyway like she said he did. Not at all, Jules. I absolutely agree with you. 100%. Sarge is in the house. What's up, Sergeant Friday? Good to see you, my friend. Just the facts, ma'am. Tsunami, what's up? Dago can't watch today. Just a thump wrestle. Oh, I got you. Thank you, Tsunami. I appreciate you, dear. Come on in, guys. 191 people in here and still only 74 likes, guys. All we got to do is break 100 likes to get in that algorithm, and we are rolling. So she was basically mirroring the way that Jennifer Coppendorfer is acting. I agree. And I'm not you know what? I liked Coppendorfer for I liked her for the Petito laundry case. There's something different with her with this one. I don't care for it. I know she's a professional. I can't get into it. I can't. I do not like it. I don't know if you saw the link, Jules, but yeah, you're welcome to come up here with no camera. That's perfectly fine, my dear. We just need your voice and your brain. Your voice and your brain. What's up, Strike, little brother? Good to see you. How much longer are you going to do the Idaho work? Probably till it's over, Strike. Sorry to say. There's so much involved in it. We got to keep going back and doing it, bro.
We'll take breaks if that's
we're gonna break from it, but yeah, sorry.
It's okay. I just didn't know if he meant like.
Right. What's up, Lance? What's up, Casey? Good to see you guys. Thank you guys all for joining us today. Miss True Crime with Shannon. Hey, welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Welcome to all the new people. Again, guys, welcome them all as we do. Arms wide open. Welcome them all in, guys.
It's good to see all of you.
Yes, it is. We're almost there, guys. 91 likes. We're 92 likes. We're almost there. There's the maiden nut. The misinformation and rumors being spread is something that reflects worse on the source than the target. Never look good trying to make someone look bad. That's a good point. I like that. Thank you.
Because she made herself look really bad. Comment.
I agree. I absolutely agree. And here we go. Welcome. And
oh my gosh. She did? I didn't.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yep.
ma'am.
Hey, what's up?
I wonder.
Hey.
Good morning, good afternoon, whatever it is where you're at. You're down in Texas, right?
Yeah, it's almost noon.
Okay. Well, and it's probably about 300 degrees already, isn't it?
It's in the 80s. About to be in the 80s. It's not too bad today. It's been raining. It's been gross. It's been raining for like 2 weeks. Drizzly, gross, just drab and muddy and gross. And there's a little bit of sun today, but we'll see. Because I still haven't been able to finish mowing my yard. It just stays wet.
Yeah, well, we haven't had that. I'm gonna let you keep that down there, and we'll keep our weather here the way we have it. It's 70s and it's sunny, and I'm happy with that.
Yeah. And Molly said 101 likes. Woohoo!
All right, we did it. Thank you all so very much. We should be up into the right algorithm now. There's 203 people in here. Again, leave the DNA on the like button, folks, and let's do this. So, happy Monday, and happy belated Mother's Day to you as well. I didn't get to tell you that, Jules. I hope you had a great weekend.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, you too. On the weekend part, because you're a dad.
Well, actually, I'm with my children. I was a mom and a dad, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
You know how that goes. So it's been an interesting weekend to say the very least. Yeah, I'm just gonna put it over to you because I listen to you more than I listen to my own mind. When you, I want to know what you think, and I'll tell you what I think.
Okay. Well, honestly, Saturday morning I woke up and got my pen and paper out to go rewatch the 2020 episode that Kim was talking about, how they named players that she's speaking of in that episode, and then decided to check YouTube beforehand and saw the shorter version that Daniel posted about what Dave had to say. Right. So that immediately got my attention, and I just spent the rest of the day focusing on that.
I did what you did.
Yeah, I honestly, just from what I listened to, I feel like he's pretty genuine. I listened for certain behavioral things. I noticed how whenever he would go back on like certain memories of things, if it triggered a laugh, he would laugh at like an appropriate time and then still be kind of restrainative. He took things pretty seriously. The only questions that he didn't really want to answer were about like personal connections, and he made it very clear that it was more stuff he wanted to talk to them and privately about, so that he knew the right way to protect the people that he was talking about before he said it. Like, it wasn't like he was trying to hide information. Yeah. I mean, honestly, as ridiculous as this case is, and as many questions as there is, this isn't going to be a conspiracy that has hundreds and thousands of kids in it. This is going to be a small group of people that know the truth and are responsible for the answers that we're looking for. And I feel like, because I've had a couple of comments in the video that I posted yesterday about, okay, all these kids knew and none of them called the cops. Well, I mean, if you're getting group frat messages, aren't you probably already assuming the damn cops were called already and you're just being told? And they're not going to all just rush over there. Like, I never felt like all the frats and all the sororities got all these messages and all these hundreds of kids just flocked over to the house. No, anyone with logical brains isn't going to think that. It's going to be a few choice ones that went over there. So whenever he said, we kind of just sent messages back and forth and then just stared at our phones for hours waiting on updates because we didn't know what was going on. That makes more sense. It just makes more sense. And I mean, I know that there's some people questioning, okay, why is this person speaking now? Or why are we just now hearing about this issue with what the Banfield guy is apparently telling Dave, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, just because we're hearing it now doesn't mean that cops don't already know, honestly. But it's, to me, like, I don't feel there's no way they can't know that these things are being talked about and discussed. But what they're doing with it is the question that I have, because I don't see them trying to act like that matters.
Right.
If they're, even if the original like thing isn't 8 hours, okay, so if the first phone calls actually went out around 8:30, it would have had to have been from somebody inside the house. So the whole thing about an unconscious person phone call at at noon because someone woke up and found the bodies. No, I'm sorry, they were obviously found by 8:30, not at noon. So that whole unconscious thing goes out the window by a 4-hour time span. So I don't want to hear nothing. Like, there's no way. So then it goes to, okay, those first calls went out at 8:30. That's still a 3.5 hour gap, bro.
Yep.
What are these main people that had to have been told, had to have been from Dylan and Bethany's people, had to have been, what they do to cause that 3.5 hour delay? And honestly, it could be as simple. And this is going off of your title is this, like, we could be wrong. There's another thing we could be wrong about. We could be wrong in thinking that, and this is just devil's advocate here. Nobody jump on me in the comments in the chat. There's a possibility that these two girls are just kind of dim-witted. And maybe they thought that whenever they told the sorority the situation, the sorority was supposed to take responsibility and call 911 and handle everything. And maybe they didn't know they were supposed to call 911. And maybe that's why the call was late. That's in the least, I guess, maniacal situation, I guess, because that's what we're seeing. And that's what we've been hearing a lot of, is that they're basically told, I don't give a damn what happens. You tell me first. And that's what these cops also train them for. We hear this in the body cam footage. They're threatened with the dean of students and blah, 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 school, and not any actual legal authority or anything that's going to happen in court that could jeopardize you having a bad record where you can't get a job. All this college is useless. It's all, we're going to tell the principal, is basically how it is. Right. So then whenever these sororities are told, you have to tell your sorority mother or whatever the equivalent is for the frats, they think it's normal because the cops are telling them the same thing. It's all school related. Mm-hmm. So that could be the simple thing when it comes to Dylan and Bethany, but the simple fact that he is now trying to state that Bethany has evidence that can prove that he's completely innocent, there's obviously something else to that, or else that wouldn't be something that's coming out. Right. So in the least likely scenario, in the most innocent scenario, that's the case, but that still tells me, what are these sorority people so concerned about to where they didn't call the cops for 3.5 hours? Because the blame would have, yes, they had their own responsibility, but if told, hey, you have to tell us and we'll take care of it, then the blame still goes on the sorority. Mm-hmm. So 3.5 hours for what? 3.5 hours for what?
And that's the thing, is I absolutely agree with you. I feel like in that period of time that the heads of or high ranking people in each fraternity and sorority are the ones that showed up and, said, okay, this is what we have to do. This is what we're going to do. This is what's going to happen. Boom, boom, boom. And then they had to get everything together. But I think in this situation, if that is the case, it was still such a mess that nobody knew what to do and nobody knew how to move forward with it. And I agree in the very most innocent retrospect that is possibly what could have happened. But just like you just said, I think there's a little more to it than that. Just a little more because of,
it's like almost every train of thought you can possibly get on. There's a contradiction that can throw you completely off. That's why this case is insane.
And that's why we do what we do, because it does not make, nothing has made any sense. There's a few things now, hearing what Dave has said and what Kim has said, as we put that all together based on the things that we have, it will kind of make some of the pieces fit now.
But all those pieces just allude to this 911 call situation. None of them are fitting to who actually did it.
That's it right there. Thank you, Kim, so very much. Yes, 100%. And that's where we're all sitting here going, okay, twiddling the thumbs. What's next? What's next? What's next? Because every day, and that's why today at some point, closer towards the end probably, because we're going to be talking a lot. We're going to go back and look at this affidavit again, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that I've looked at it, we've looked at it, I don't know how many times, but we're going to look at it a little slower. We're going to pull it apart a little bit more and pull things out of it that don't make sense and put it back together again like we do. And that's going to be part of what today is. But I mean, I'm just with this whole thing, you know, I agree. I didn't get to say this. I do agree with you. I give 150% credibility to Dave. I feel like there's no reason why. And I'll say this too, guys. I feel like he didn't want to say anything at first until he did see and hear Kim. And I do believe that they weren't paying attention to YouTube per se and didn't know that all this was going on out here. Okay. And once it was realized, it was like, okay, now it's okay to do it. And that's why I agree fully too, by the way. And I respect him with Daniel and with Lana not saying certain things out here like we are now and giving it in private, because again, yes, you do need to protect people and yourself as well, because we don't know the whole scenario. Okay. And neither does he. He doesn't know how to deal with this right now. This is a lot. And don't forget, guys, these are still, in a lot of our minds, these are still kids. Okay. These kids have never ever in their life experienced something like this. This is not a regular everyday life thing. So we have to understand that. Okay. And that goes along with everything that's involved with this. That's something I came to a conclusion of, even with what you want to call it, the bad people that are possibly involved in this, they're still kids. Well, most of them. Okay. And that's something we have to keep in the back of our mind through the whole thing and understand how they're handling these things and how they have handled these things and give it a little bit of a, okay, I get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
well,
so
I
that
mean, one of the things that kind of struck me with what he said, though, is that he feels like he's kind of alone and even questioning what's happening.
Yeah.
Which attests to like the kid mentality, because he's like, most people just want to kind of like move past it, get back to normal, get back to fun. I feel like people think I'm weird, basically, is how I got it. Like, people think that he's weird for asking questions, but that, you know, that does lead to the kid mentality for sure.
Exactly. And he said that a lot of them kind of have just kind of moved on because they don't know what else to do.
Yeah.
You know, and a lot of them aren't asking. And that was something he said that I kind of stopped for a minute. A lot of people aren't asking questions. Now, is it because, this was a big point I wanted to make, is it because that they're afraid to ask questions because they're afraid of the answers they're going to get? Or is it that they just don't have the need to ask the questions? Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, I have an answer for this. Okay. It's okay. So the way that Kim kind of put it when she was talking was that the Greeks are kind of like, okay, cool, they got the guy, let's go on about our business.
Yeah.
And then the non-Greeks are like, hold up, something's a little strange. So then we kind of need to remember that this guy is apparently in a frat, right? So he's gonna have that Greek mentality, or well, apparently doesn't anymore. But he's been surrounded by people with that Greek mentality, if Kim is accurate with that, where, okay, they got the guy, no questions asked, no one else is asking anything. Well, in that Greek mentality, no one will. But everyone on the outside is still asking questions, which would make sense to why they felt like whenever certain things started coming out, they were like, all right, I'm done. I'm unplugging. I don't care what anybody says. And he made, examples of the things like the gagged and bound thing came out. And he was like, that is insane. I'm not going to even look at this anymore because this is just getting out of hand. Right. And I can imagine a lot of people did that because they're living in it. And he even said, you can't walk through any exit or entrance without there being a huge memorial for the kids. It's just depressing. Everybody wants to move past it. You can't walk outside without there being a reporter. And then the mention of all the FBI agents on campus, like, that blew my mind. And I wasn't listening to it in real time at the time because I got on it a little late. So I started from the beginning, but I saw that happening in chat. Everyone was like, what are you talking about? And I was like, Oh, I can't wait to get to that part. Yeah, that's insane. So now they're basically like, not only are these kids, like you said, these kids acting like security because these girls are freaking out, not really knowing what the target is because of how the cops acted like it was so targeted. Okay, well, what is it? Is it frat? Is it non-frat? Is it blondes? Is it brunettes? What's the target? So all these people have just been freaking out. And it seems like instead of trying to make them feel safer by giving them information and letting them know what's really going on so that they don't have to be freaking out in the middle of college, as it is college, then they're also having to escort people back and forth to their houses and their cars. They have people that you can now call and basically get like escorted to your house. Like it's gotten a little insane for them, I'm sure. So to want to unplug from all of that whenever you're living in the middle of it, it's not surprising that he didn't really know about all this that was being questioned before. It doesn't shock me at all.
I agree. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. At this point, the whole, and I heard him say, at some point, the Greek mentality, like you said, was, this is what it is. So it is what it is. Well, it's like he had said, though, in the beginning of it, even with the mentality that they have, they were all, he said, kind of wondering, like, how do we know about this before the police know about this? Why do we know about this before? You know what I mean? Like, why do we know about this before the police know about this? And so on and so forth. So when they're even,
big question for sure.
Yeah. That's our question. That's what we've all been asking from day one. Like, how and why? And when they're asking that question, that says something's wrong. In my opinion. So I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I also found it interesting that he stated that it went from it originally being a stabbing to an OD to a stabbing. I would love to see the transition in those conversations. Now that's something that I haven't seen proof of, though.
And he
like
did
I know that Kim has, said that there's messages that she's read back and forth or that she's been shown. And now apparently there's even more proof of these. He said over half a dozen of these group chats that have 70 to 80 people in them that are all over Snapchat.
Yeah.
Maybe the cops have gotten warrants for that and we're just not seeing it. Hopefully that's the case, because I would love for the transition of that to show up.
Correct. And don't forget, though, that he said that one thing to go along with that he said it was a quick transition. Like it was within the same sentence. It changed real quick.
Yeah, like the first few messages was stabbing, and then within like seconds it went to OD.
And he even sounded a little bit taken aback by the fact that it happened so fast. But then remember that he said himself, that nobody was really questioned. The cops haven't really bothered with any of this. So you saying that you would think that maybe the police have that, I wonder at this point, do they?
Well, yeah, that's true. That is something he did state, was that they haven't been talked to. So I guess they wouldn't know about this. Well, I mean, they haven't been talked to, but if the inner circle of those sorority girls that we're talking about were talked to, then there would have had to have been proof of all these messages on their phones.
Yeah.
So hopefully then that it is, because that would mean that Jack and Adam and all them would have gotten these messages too, which is another concerning thing for me. That's what I asked Kim the other day when she was on your channel. Right. So, I mean, all these group messages and stuff went out, but like whoever was sending them out was selecting to not send it to Ethan's brother, Ethan's sister, Xana's sister, Jack. Right. Like what? Because that would have meant that they would have all known before the 911 call, but no families were contacted.
And it makes
I need answers to that.
Yeah, I agree. And it makes you, and if let's go back to what Dave said about these multiple chat groups that are in Snapchat. I would want to believe that Maisie and Hunter and all these other kids are in somewhere involved in these chats if they're on campus as well. I would think that they would eventually see one of these. Somebody, even at some point, Kaylee's brother, Steve, he was at some point involved in I can't remember exactly which frat it was, but he was there too. I'm not saying he's still involved or any of that, but I'm sure that he's still involved with these people. Do you know what I mean?
Right, to still be included.
Well, wasn't it Hunter Chapin, wasn't it him that notified the parents of Ethan before anybody else?
I'm not 100% on that.
Me neither.
I heard something like that in the beginning, but then I also heard it was Hunter Johnson because he was Ethan's best friend, and that's never been verified.
That did go back and forth. I remember that.
So, and that's the one thing we have. It's a huge problem is the verification on some of these things. Go ahead, Mama Bear.
It's okay. It may have been on one of the 48-hour or 2020.
Well, yeah.
I think they said that Hunter notified them that he.
I think Well, the new one I did. Well, that's what I was saying. I did the same thing you did with a pen and a pad and watched the new 2020 Jules, and I wrote down all these names because Kim was saying to watch for these names.
Right.
But I don't think I heard it on the new one, Mama Bear. It may have been the original one.
Maybe. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
Did they do another interview with Ethan's parents in the new one? I don't think they did.
I'm actually, is there two from 2020? Or
There
was there
was
one from 2020 and one from somebody else?
There was a 48 hours, or I mean, hold on. What's that other show called?
60 Minutes.
There was a 60 Minutes. There was the 2020, and I thought there was two 2020s because there was a newer one that had, in the very beginning, it had those two girls, Ava and Katie, that were talking, which I wrote those names down, of course.
Yeah.
And what's
yeah?
that
Because see,
other
when I
show?
went on Hulu to look for the 2020 episode, and I went down like the list of them to find the right one. I only saw one that was Idaho.
Okay, then maybe there was just the one, but there was a 48 hours, a Dateline. Thank you, Mojo. And welcome, by the way. Yeah, that's it. Dateline, 48 hours, and 2020. So the 2020 was the newest show that was out. You know what I mean? I think
right. And actually, on that one, I literally only got into those first couple of seconds of those two girls you're talking about. And actually, that's kind of where my point in my video was kind of proven, because she states that she got the news and tried to call Kaylee, and Kaylee didn't answer the phone. So that tells me these families have the victims' phones with all these phone calls from way hella early in the morning before the 911 call.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't understand why it's not being addressed better. I mean, it's one thing for the cops to have told us, oh, they summoned friends over, and to us to be like, oh, they called like one or two people over because they were freaking out. It's not a big deal, to find out that they had 3.5 hours to contaminate a crime scene. That's a problem. That's a huge issue.
It's a huge problem. You're right. 100% right. And it's going to be. It's going to be until somebody can say, okay, this is actually the reason why this happened. And it's even at that point, okay, then you explain that then, because that still doesn't make sense. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They're going to need to lay some details out for me to believe anything.
Yeah, no, I get it. Amy, I know what you're saying by that comment. I think that a lot of people, when they're nervous, will have a tendency to laugh, to kind of like put something out in a different way. And I think that's what that was all about. I do understand what you mean, though.
Well, no, it was more like he was going just like thinking about like party games and stuff like that, and it's like a little memory or whatever, and it's just like, to me it seemed normal and natural.
It did. I agree. And I also, this has been like he said, it's been a rough year, and it's been a very hard time for them. Again, guys, from going back to what I said in the beginning, these are still kids. These kids should not be seeing and dealing with things like this, let alone actually doing it. So, reactions and certain things, I can't really put a whole lot of faith in how certain people are acting with this, because they don't know how to act, guys. There's no handbook that comes with, okay, how to deal with a quadruple homicide when you're in college. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
So, and
it's also been like some months, so it's not like this is like fresh and they're still like in an emotional state about it. They've had some time for, things to kind of middle out.
And they have. If this was like last week, I could whole different scenario, and they'd still be in shock. And that's another reason possibly why he hasn't really said anything. And it was said that one of his friends was involved in this completely, and he knew all the girls too. So that's got to be hard to deal with, on top of like he said in his interview, he said it right to Lana. He said, this is a hard thing to deal with, and it's still surreal in some senses, to knowing that you were just partying with these people the night before, and now they're just not here anymore.
Yeah,
that's a fact, guys. I've personally been through something like that myself, and it's not easy to deal with. So it's not something that your brain will process in a quick period of time, is what I'm saying. So yeah, I agree on that. I really do. And I feel bad for this kid a lot, because I think that he is in between two different scenarios here, and he's trying, which I respect highly, and I really appreciate Lana and Daniel for helping him to understand what he has to do and how he should handle this. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, for I don't know how to explain what I'm saying. The experience, Lana, the Lana has the experience in doing what she's doing. And Daniel, being a retired police officer, has that experience as well. And that's a good point. And that's why I respect and I appreciate what they're doing to help him in that sense. So,
yeah, and they're also not just bringing on someone who's just saying things. They're going in and they're vetting and they're finding the connections and they're validating that these people are exactly who they're stating that they are.
yes. And
Yeah,
I agree.
I don't have any
I
issues
highly,
with it.
right. You're absolutely, I highly respect Daniel, which is why I made sure that he had vetted Kim. That's why I wanted to bring her on after the fact, because I'm comfortable with his, what he does in his shows and the people that he vets and so on and so forth, to make me feel like, okay, it's okay to bring her on. So, if it was any other, just any, Mojo or whatever, sorry, Mojo, I just seen your name and said that, but anybody else, I wouldn't do it like that. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I'm curious to see. I'm sure it's probably going to go the same way, but I have a feeling, and nothing against Lana, but I have a feeling that Daniel, and I've listened to Daniel, the way Daniel questions people, he has a tactic to it, and it's very calm and relaxed and very, very smooth. And I think he has the ability, and like Kim had even said it, to comfort people and keep people from like getting all nervous and everything. And I think it may go a little smoother than what Lana's did, because he has that ability. So I'm real curious to see how that went. I'm very interested in listening to that tonight. So
Yeah, I think he has that experience too.
And that's it. Even with Kim, he had said, and I caught it, but then he talked about it after the fact. But he asked Kim the same question 5 different ways to see if you get the same answer out of it. That is definitely, a policing tactic. So, and I that's what I expect.
Yeah, that's an interrogation tactic.
Absolutely. So, it's a great thing, because that way you can kind of tell, okay, I believe this, because the answer is the same every which way you look at it. So, we have yet to account for no 911 call from 9 to 11:38 a.m. when many others were at the house. We were just talking about that, Sarge. And there's different variations of reasoning why. Okay, like Jules said, it could very well just be that these two were kind of, I don't want to say ditzy or dunderheaded, but they just kind of didn't have the thought process to. They contacted the sororities and figured they would deal with it. You know what I mean? So that could be just as simple as that. But there's also some other aspects to it that we don't know. So I agree. I do agree that needs to be explained in a decent amount of time. Now, there's something else I was going to throw out there too, that for all of you guys that are in here, it's probably going to disappoint everybody. But I have a prediction and a huge feeling that if trial based, this is going to be a couple years, folks. So be prepared to have to wait for that. Okay. After watching and listening to all these things, I think this trial is going to be in 2024 sometime. So,
oh yeah, I see there being lots of extensions on things.
Yeah. If 2024, it could be 2025. We don't know.
Yeah.
So, now, where was I going to go? Did you have anything to put in or say or ask or add to this, Mama Bear?
I don't think so, other than, Hunter calling his parents.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to try to get some validation on that. So I already want to go back and watch those episodes. So I'll be just doing it faster now.
Absolutely.
If I find it, Jules, and it's not one of those 3, okay, I'll email it to you.
Okay. Awesome.
Okay.
Now, there was something else too that was in the beginning of Lana's, or the beginning and the very end of that same stream. She had some typecast stuff that she had printed on the screen, and for us to read as we're going into the video, so on and so forth, and had talked about somebody else that had lived in that house over the summer. Lake Campbell. That name was a new name for me. Did you get anything from that, Jules, or have any ideas on that?
No, honestly, I didn't read any of that. I wasn't paying attention to any of that. I honestly felt like it was some sort of just intro stuff, and I didn't want to waste time with it. I got straight to where I saw his little head bubble pop up and started listening from there. But when I posted my notes, my community tab, one of my subscribers said something about Lake Campbell. I thought, because I had no idea, that maybe my handwriting was crazy and that's what they were interpreting. I had written, and I was like, I don't know what that is. Let me go back and look at my paper. But then I saw Sheep Lana posted something else, and it's like a photo of a vigil. So this is an actual human.
Yes, it is.
What is the connection that she's saying?
Give me one moment, Mama Bear, and both of you, if you don't mind, I'll be right back. Okay. And I will explain
that. Okay, yeah, I didn't know what my viewer was talking about. I was like, Lake Campbell, did I misspell something? My handwriting is crazy if I don't remember writing that. Right. But yeah, it's a person. So now I'm curious. I'm curious.
Yes. I can tell you he is Emma Bailey's stepbrother. Dago can break it down better.
Stepbrother.
Uh-huh.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's like she's in the middle and you just have all these branches.
Yeah.
That are coming off.
Well, and do we know if that the house that they're stating is technically hers, that's by King Road, is that her home or is that her parents' house? Because I feel like she probably lived with her dude.
Right. I'm not sure. Molly found that. Molly, are you still in here, hon? I don't know if she's still in here or if she had to go do something. Molly.
Yeah, because this there's another girl's name they're talking about that used to live at the house. Is that who Dago's talking about?
Ashlyn Couch.
No, there's another one. Starts with a K, I think.
Hold on. Because Lana did a whole thing. She went back to 2021 and did a whole thing on roommates. So, and I took notes.
Molly said it's her dad's house. Okay, so the dad that wasn't talking to her in February during the DUI? I'm going to assume. Well, if that really was her dad she was talking about.
It's her dad or her stepdad, I wonder.
Molly said it's her dad's. And then Annie said Emma was staying all over the place with Dee. They lived briefly at Emma's parents' house. Yeah, I can imagine he probably had like multiple spots from what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
That life was like.
And I'm back. Sorry about that, everyone. What do we? I drank a lot of coffee this morning, so it needs to leave my body.
I have to go get me some more coffee.
Yes.
I gave them the hint that Lake is Emma Bailey's stepbrother.
Yes.
That's interesting.
Let me show you guys real quick who this is. And I think Lana's very good at putting things out there without putting things out there. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing I do appreciate and respect. All right, here we go. Okay, everyone. This is Miss. Oh my good Lord.
Seriously.
That's somebody calling into the show. I think it might be. One moment, everyone. Let's see who we got here.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
You are live with Mama Bear, Dago, and Miss Jules. How are you?
Miss Jules and Mama Bear. Hi, Dago.
How are you? Who am I speaking with?
This is Eddie.
Yeah, what's up, Eddie?
Hey,
what's
Eddie.
going on?
I'm kind of concerned about this story about the Manfield. Someone witnessing someone who looks like Brian Goldberger at 9 a.m.
Oh, okay. Eddie, can you talk a little bit louder? Because I don't know if everybody can hear you okay.
Okay. How's this?
Can you guys all hear okay? Say something else, bud.
Yeah, I can hear it, but it's kind of low.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still pretty low, bud. and it's, I don't know, I have my phone blasting.
Okay. How does this sound?
It's still, maybe it's my phone. I don't know. It's still pretty low.
I'll hang up and then maybe try again.
Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye. Yeah, sometimes the calls come in. I don't know. I live out in the boondocks, so my service is horrible. Until that happens, folks. Hold on a minute here. Let's see. This is Mr. Blake Campbell. Or I'm sorry, Lake Campbell. I don't know why I said Blake. This is his Facebook page. And now I've seen his face before. I'm not 100% quite sure where. I mean, obviously something to do with here, but I've seen it. Went to Moscow High School, lives in Moscow, Idaho. This is it. And of course, we have this photo too.
See, that photo I recognize from seeing
That's what
somewhere.
That's what I mean. I don't know if it was a frat picture, if it was a house picture, or in one of the body cam videos. I'm thinking it was a body cam video.
Look at those eyebrows.
Great.
Wow. They sure do have a lot of bushy eyebrow men over there, because even there's one in the body cam footage at Banfield. Don't look nothing like this guy. Ain't the same guy, but they got some eyebrows on them. So that description's interesting, honestly.
I think it's Saeed. Saeed has
Oh, you mean Enon?
Yeah, well, whatever.
Yeah. Enon Harsh, yeah. Yeah, I mean,
has,
he fits that strange description as well.
Yeah, very like, yeah. There's even women with bushy eyebrows out there. I don't know what it is. You know,
yeah.
Emma, like I said before, if you put a mask over Emma, she looks like a female Brian Koberger. So,
yeah, I still have people commenting that they look so much alike. It's true. I didn't even notice it, honestly, until people really started mentioning it. And then I started looking at the faces, the movements, wow, yeah. Yeah.
I was sitting here and I looked at her picture and I took my hand and I covered it and I went, oh my God. You know what I mean? It was just, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
it is a little weird how much they look alike.
Sorry to interrupt. You need to check your super chats, sir.
My super chat? Okay, 1 second. Hold on, let me move this. So, guys, this is Lake Campbell. He lived in the house in the summer beforehand, supposedly. What is that? Are you kidding me?
So does that mean that Kaylee took over his old room? Because didn't Kaylee move in the summer?
I'm thinking. That's what my thought was. Magdalena Lady Crimson SEK 129 super sticker. Thank you so very much.
Yeah, I don't know how that converts or anything.
What is SEK? Does anybody know? I don't know. Either way, I'm grateful. I don't care if it was 15 cents. I don't care.
Right.
I'm grateful. And thank you so very much. That is amazing. You are amazing. That is awesome. Thank you. I'm guessing
Yes,
the same
Smalls.
thing.
He would have been living with Maddie. Yes.
Absolutely. It's at the very least, it's very interesting, at least to think about. And wait, Lake is Aiden's step, but yeah, that's correct. That is correct. And or no, wait. What did you say it was Emma's?
Lake is Emma's stepbrother.
Yeah, that's right. I had it backwards. I'm sorry. Sorry about that, folks. Yeah, Lake Campbell is Emma's stepbrother, and Joe Campbell is her stepfather. And this is all in Facebook, everyone. There was nothing hidden. Everything's there. So, talking about Emma real fast here. Let's jump on that. Well, I appreciate that, Magda, Lena. I very much do. All right, let's see. Is this yeah, it looks like it's him again. Let's try this.
There we go.
Press 1.
Hello. You are live again. All right, let's see if this works. All right. Go ahead and say something, buddy.
My cell phone. I find it hard to believe that my cell phone will be better than my landline, but we'll try.
It actually sounds a tinge louder. So, can you hear okay, Mama Bear and Jules?
I mean, yeah, I can hear him. I can understand him.
All right, Eddie, go ahead.
Okay, it seems like this story with the person that Dave knows has told him that he went to the Banfield between 9 and 9:30 to recover something that he threw
Yeah.
onto the ground.
Yeah.
And then he witnessed somebody crouching with these crazy eyes and eyebrows.
Yes.
It seems like this story, we should throw caution to the wind on that.
Okay. I mean, I agree with you, but if you would explain your reasoning behind it.
It is hearsay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we've heard that story through the relaying of the Drunk Turkey show, and we did not hear it during the interview with the Truth and Transparency.
With Dave himself? You mean out of his mouth, actually?
Out of his own mouth.
Right. And I have a feeling that I know there's a reason why behind that. I actually spoke with Daniel. And he's kind of trying to protect Dave himself, and he's going to do the interview tonight with him on his show tonight, like live. And I think if that's going to be a thing, it's going to come out then. He just wanted to make sure that it was going to be okay with Dave to say something like that because of the scenario. He didn't want him to get in any trouble or to have any.
I don't think Daniel would have relayed that information if it wasn't something that was said to him. So,
100%.
and I mean, I understand where the skepticism is coming from. I've had a couple of comments on my video about it as well. Because, the information was all out and the description was all out and the PCA said this and blah, 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 blah. So yes, it could be whatever, but that should still be, in my opinion, something completely separate from what Dave is telling us his situation is, because that's third-party information of something completely separate. So if the guy did tell him that, then maybe the guy was mistaken. I don't feel like Dave would be making up a story and still trying to get us to believe him at the same time. So
Right.
He could believe it because he was told it, but if the other guy was being honest is really the thing here.
Here's the thing, just so you know, Eddie. Daniel passed that information on to Steve and Dan from Publicly Buzzed, as well as Brian over at Opinionated Idiot, for them to listen to as well. And Steve last night talked about it on his stream over at Publicly Buzzed. So I'm going to venture to say that it was something that was heard from all parties that heard it. You know what I mean? But again, I understand your skepticism on it 100%. I have a feeling it's going to be talked about tonight. So I would, if you have the time, I would definitely tune in and listen to that show tonight over at Drunk Turkey, because it would probably pop up.
It probably will. I agree.
But you are. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Imagine that. Visualize that in your mind. So now we have two people who are crouching on the Banfield. Number one, what is the suspicious-looking person dressed all in dark colors with these crazy eyes crouching for? What is he going to see up there on the hill? Number two, there would be two people crouching, and they would both look suspicious. The one is crouching, looking for an item on the ground. They would both be crouching and looking at each other.
Yeah. Well, here's what happened, Steve.
If you visualize that, it's just fanciful.
No, I get what you're saying.
I challenge it.
I think you might be right. I think you might be visualizing it a little wrong based on what was said to you. And that's not your fault. Because Steve explained it a little bit more last night, that one of the kids that was stopped by the police the night before was there in the Banfield. They dropped like a vape pen, okay? And they were looking for that and happened to look up and glance, and they were over there looking for that and saw this guy crouching down. So I think a vape pen, yeah.
Well, the story is changing because it was something more contraband than a vape pen.
No, well, that's what they put that in vape pens. I was just trying to be nice when I said vape pen, but yeah, I think it was. What do they call those? Does anybody know up here on panel, that they put the actual THC in them? I think. Is it called a vape pen or something else?
I mean, yeah, it's just a vape pen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He ditched something that was contraband. He didn't want to get in trouble for it, and then he went on to party the rest of the evening. And it was 3 o'clock when he got cited for underage drinking, and then to wake up at 9 a.m. after partying all night, and then to go onto the Banfield and be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed looking for this item and then happened to capture this guy crouching around and looking?
Well, not bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. He admitted he was still under the influence of things and that his recollection might not be accurate. He said that, Dave said that. So
yeah, that he did say it. He said that there was hangovers going on and stuff like that, and that they that's my thought. But
it's one thing if the Drunk Turkey Show has a guest that he's interviewing and asks the guest a question, but for someone to say what another said, that's hearsay.
I agree. You're all right. That is hearsay. And that's what I'm saying. I'm hoping. I'm pretty sure it's probably going to be talked about tonight because it was a pretty prominent thing that was spoke about.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure during the interview tonight that they're going to bring it out and talk about it a little bit more in detail, probably without, again, like I said, Daniel was trying to respect Dave in what it was and maybe not put it out there, put his business out there as to what that was. You know what I mean? That's how I feel about it. But yeah,
a reasonable question to do a follow-up question to that is, when did the person who's looking for his vape pen on the battlefield in the morning tell others about what he saw? Because these crazy eyes, we never knew anything about crazy eyes until after the arrest.
right.
Probably after we got hold of the body cams from those two Indiana stops. The second one, where he was stopped 5 minutes later. And, it's pretty reasonable if you got stopped 2 times in a row within 5 minutes for the same thing, that one person might even act a little bit more severe than what Brian did. So
Yeah.
I don't know. The crazy eye narrative didn't start until months later.
Right. And right.
Start telling this crazy eye story.
Right. And I think that's what made it become a thing, is because it didn't come out until after Brian was arrested. And I think that may have been what put that back in his mind and made him remember that, that reminds me, I seen somebody that kind of has that look to him. And it reminded me of that situation. That's my thought on it, or my take on it. But, again, I can't speak for somebody else. And again, I'm hoping to hear that maybe they'll talk about that tonight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I don't actually remember if they stated when Dave was told that so far. So that's a good question to ask him, when he was actually told that information.
Right.
Yeah.
If you follow your timeline on that, and then he lingers 11 minutes or thereabouts, there's no time for this. So maybe he did get in his vehicle and drive somewhere. I'm not challenging that.
Right.
But he didn't go all the way into downtown Moscow. There's no time for that.
Okay.
I mean, check your PCA. It says it in the.
Oh, is this one Maiden?
No, this is, it is one Maiden.
Okay, yeah, we were talking about this earlier. Yeah, he commented on my video about it because I mentioned the PCA in mine because, to me, if this guy's recollection is accurate, to me, if the PCA is correct, it could have been Brian because of
we
what
are
they
going to
told
pull
us
that
in
up.
the PCA. But it is like a 39-minute round trip drive. So unless homeboy was driving like 120 down the highway, I do see where he's stating there's just not time for him to have gotten all the way over there, hung around for 10 to 12 minutes like the PCA is telling us, and then drove him back in 32 minutes when it's already a 40-minute drive almost on regular speed. Now, Dave did state, well, you can book it on the highway. Okay, well, even going 75, 80, I don't feel like you could have really made that round trip in 32 minutes and still hung around for 10. So I get it, but that doesn't mean that the time that these things were pinged might not be off a little bit. That doesn't mean necessarily that he wasn't over there. So it's still something that we need to consider. But finding out when this story was told, if it was before we had Brian's face or if it was after, that's definitely a big detail here.
Yeah, and you know what, Eddie? That's actually, she's right. That's a great question. And if you, because Daniel will allow chat to ask questions, I would tune in tonight because we're all going to be there. We're all going to be there to watch this. And ask that question. You know what I mean? And see what kind of answer you get from it, because that would pretty much put it out there.
Yeah, I'll be typing that question in the chat too, just to more coverage on the question for sure.
Try to connect all these dots having Brian Kohlberger at the Banfield, there's no time for him. And I'm not saying he was there or wasn't there. I don't know.
Right.
But sometimes it's a struggle to connect all these with, so now we have him on the Banfield with witness, and he's got these crazy eyes and these bushy eyebrows, and now he's crouching.
Right.
He's creepy. We have to be real. We can't go into fantasy land trying to hang this guy.
100%.
The story that the guy is telling, that he woke up after partying all night. What time did he get to bed? It seems like
did he go to bed at all? Right. Absolutely. And here's the thing.
He's telling a story that I can't.
I get it. And listen, Brian Kohlberger, everyone, by law, is innocent until proven guilty. We have to try to keep that in our minds, regardless of what we feel personally. We have to try to keep that out there. We have to keep him innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Now, personally, I have, from the beginning, from his arrest, questioned his guilt with this. Okay. I never actually came out and said, there he is. We got him, guys. It's over. We're done. You guys know that. Okay. That's not happening. But they don't have, in my opinion, okay, this is me alone, just my opinion for everybody listening, enough evidence at this point, in my opinion, to make this man guilty of these crimes. Okay. That's me. That's not saying that what I'm saying is correct at all. That's just how I feel, because there's a lot of evidence, in my opinion, that leads in other directions too. And that's what I'm saying. What if we're all wrong? In the title of my show for today, what if we are all wrong? What if we're all looking at the wrong thing? What if we're all looking at a narrative that has been put out there for us to look at? And I'm not going down a rabbit hole right now. I'm just giving for instances, okay? Because we don't know. That's the thing. I'm sorry, my mouth is drying out. We have been given a narrative that's been put out through the police, the news, so on and so forth, and that's what we're all riding on right now. But with every
point to consider.
What's that, bud?
Last point to consider on this same topic.
Yes.
Surely, the student that we're referring to that told Dave his story, surely he would have come forward early in the investigation and told Moscow Police Department that information, because it is so relevant.
Well, here's the thing, though, and I've been thinking about this a lot. I've been thinking about this a lot, okay? It's been questioned multiple times. Why did nobody say anything? Why did this person not say anything? Why did that person not say anything? Why did this? Let's think about this for a minute, because at this point, everyone, again, this is just my opinion or my observation. I feel like that this is drug related. That's me. Okay. I'm not saying it is, but I feel very strongly at this point that this may very well be drug related. And in that case, and in that sense, there comes a bit of fear that could be involved with this for people, as you've heard and it's been said during this case from a few different people, the whole, snitches get stitches thing. If people are afraid of a consequence that they could face for talking about things, whether they go to the police or not, just because you talk to the police about something does not always mean you're protected in some people's minds. And it doesn't always mean you're protected, period. The police can only do what they can do. They're not going to sit on top of you. They're not going to put you in the witness protection program because you saw something or heard something or anything like that. So, and these are kids, mind you, again, as we said in the beginning. So there's probably an amount of fear that has kept people from coming forward that do know certain things. Again, I have personally talked to other people that have said things to me that have fear that I know of. Once again, let's go back and talk about the whole thing with Bethany. She didn't want to come back to Idaho for some reason, but let's think about it. If they have their man and he's in jail, we've said this before. Jules has said this before. If they have their man and he's in jail, then what is she afraid of coming back to Idaho for? We don't know. Maybe it is fear. Okay. Kim was kind of weird about talking about things and because of fear. Dave seems like he may have a bit of fear about talking about things. That's why he wants to, be regulated through Daniel and through Lana. I can absolutely see how these other kids could have fear. Because again, guys, these are kids. They've never experienced anything like this, I'm sure. Don't know how to act, don't know what to do, and don't know who to trust. So again, we got to understand that and think about that at this point. That's again, this is my opinion. I'm not saying this is fact. I am speculating that there is a piece of fear out there that has some people afraid to say anything for fear of what they may have to deal with. Okay, so just keep that in mind.
Yeah, I would have to agree. We have to think about this too. So if this student told Moscow Police Department that story, I would have to believe that MPD would have told him to keep that information to himself and not to publicize it.
Right.
Keep it tight to his own breast. Well, now suddenly this information is coming out this late in the game.
Well, remember something that he said.
News Nation with their sources. Well, here's a source that reports to the case, and we haven't heard anything about this Banfield witness until now.
Right.
I would say if it's that relevant of information, how about him calling News Nation with this story, and let's see what they do with that, because I challenge if we're going to hear.
Well, I mean, honestly, we don't know if he didn't tell the cops that. We only know from Dave himself that the house that Dave lives in and his fraternity brothers that he lives with have not been spoken to by the cops.
Right.
He didn't say anything about if this guy that he got the story from, the Banfield guy, told the cops this or anything. And I'm sure if he did tell the cops, he probably was told, the same way that we're hearing that Kim tried to be quieted by people trying to tell her not to say anything and all those other things. He probably was, but kids don't know how to shut up.
True. That's true. And if he feels like there is not justice being done in some sense for whatever reason, a lot of people feel at that point, like, okay, they're not doing anything. This is not coming out. That's not coming out. In some sense, he may feel like, okay, I got to say something. You know what I mean? I mean, that's again, this is my opinion, guys, and this is all purely speculative and 100% alleged. But again, we don't know. And I feel like tonight's interview with him is going to open a lot more doors. I think it's going to be a little bit more open now that Dave is comfortable and he's talked to people and he knows that we're all supporting him. Okay. At least supporting what he's doing in that sense.
You got that first one done and over with, so it's going to make it a lot easier going forward.
Right. Because that's how Kim was. Kim was very nervous in the beginning about who to talk to, when to do it, and what to say. Well, now she's been through everybody, knowing that we're all backing her and listening to what she has to say and feels comfortable. And I feel that Dave's going to go through the same thing. Okay.
And Jules, I agree with your point that you made. That's kind of why I wanted to cover it both ways, because if you didn't talk to MPD, that if this is, this is a source that's close to the case. So let's hear Ashley Banfield put her reputation on the line. If this is something, I mean, this type of news is right up her alley. This smears Brian Kohlberger into the dust. So
right, this is like her narrative, right? Good point.
Yeah.
So I think this story dies out. I think it's going to age poorly, and I
agree.
And I challenge it 100%. I don't think we should really give it a whole lot of airtime, because it's just fueling rumors and speculation on this case as if there wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like even if it was him, okay, in my thinking, we know WSU was told stuff hella early. He's WSU. He's probably in some group chats. People have to keep contact with him. He is TA, but he's also student at the same time.
Right.
So with his brain and the way that he has already dedicated a decade to this, okay, what if he really was in the area earlier to pick up something that he shouldn't be doing, got the information, and then drove over there out of curiosity and really was in the field just trying to get an eye about what was going on? Devil's advocate again. But so curiosity you get told this. Maybe you were even like someone who heard it between that. I mean, 8:30 calls started going out, 9 o'clock, 9:30, 10 o'clock, people are getting stuff. He'd have had plenty of time. That's an hour from 8:30 to 9:30. So that was still like a 30-ish minute window where he could have gotten that information and being like, I'm gonna go check this out, and drove over.
Yeah, especially with his background. I mean,
Yeah.
we know that he's got some type of an obsession with this type of stuff, obviously, or he wouldn't have spent that time doing it. So
Exactly.
yeah, I agree on that one, 100%.
But for anyone who has already convicted him, they're not going to consider that.
Before I do, I just want to say, the last time you and I spoke, I mentioned that the Tapatalk has been debunked, and I didn't know where that originated when we spoke of it last, but I do believe that was loosey-goosey. And
Yeah.
I'm really surprised that that topic is not getting more airtime.
I don't know. I don't really have a comment on that. I don't. Either one of you two.
On the Tapatalk?
Yeah.
I don't know what. I can't recall what that is.
What? Explain what that is again, Eddie.
Tapatalk is really where all the kind of incriminating information about Brian Clover. That's when he was like 15 years old or so. I think it was around the year 2011. If I'm not mistaken.
Oh, are you talking about the stuff about his like the stuff he used, kind of like a diary about his visual snow and his mental illness and stuff like that?
Did you hear what Jules just said?
It's on the JB Gunner show.
Oh, okay, the JB Gunner show. That stuff about his yeah. Did you hear what Jules said, bud? Go ahead and say that again.
Is this referencing whenever he was like fighting his heroin addictions and he was talking about his mental illnesses and his visual snow and all that stuff?
Yeah, I don't. Maybe it does talk about his heroin addiction there. I'm not sure where that rumor has originated from. I'm not sure if that was Tapatalk, so I don't want to misspeak, but for sure the visual snow, the heroin might be from his past girlfriend where he drove, I don't know, around the hills of Pennsylvania looking for the
Oh yeah, I recall that.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. No, I know what you're saying.
It might have a reference to drugs in there, but I don't want to talk about the term. I'm not sure on that, but certainly the visual snow and many other.
So Sleuthy proved that was fake, is what you're saying?
Not right in the head.
Right. And Jules just asked, did Sleuthy prove that was, she debunked that?
I don't think she's going to put something else that you're going to be able to challenge.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, if I didn't see her take on that at all. I didn't get a chance to catch that. But so she was saying that she believes that's true, or that she doesn't believe that's true? Okay. So she's saying that was fake then. Okay, I gotcha.
We should all give Ashley Banfield a call and let her broadcast that information. I'm sure she will.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I agree with you on that one. What's that, buddy?
Thank you for the time.
Oh, absolutely. No, you had some really good points, Eddie. I seriously, and some good questions. The one main question you had in the beginning, Jules said she's even going to ask that question in chat tonight. So, with both of you asking, hell, I might do it too. So if enough of us ask that same question, he may actually ask him and say, hey, what's the deal?
Right.
So, I appreciate the call. I appreciate the insight and the input, buddy. You had some really good points, dude. And I look forward to hearing from you again, okay?
Okay, and I appreciate once again your show and your content. And thanks, Mama Bear and Jewel.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie.
No, thanks.
All right, brother. Have a good day. All right. That was low. I think that might have been my phone, guys. My apologies, guys. Thank you, Eddie. Or
yeah, he always leaves really good comments. He's pretty like in-depth thinking. Yeah,
he definitely does. Mama Bear, can you pull the? I can't. My email's still screwed up. Can you pull up the affidavit, please, or the PCA? Sorry.
One of those.
I'm looking at letters and numbers and Just things are coming out of my mouth. Sorry. Absolutely, Eddie. You have anytime, brother. Anytime at all. I love your questions and your comments. All of it. Definitely get your mind going on these things. You really do. But yeah, I want to go back and look at that part of the PCA for sure. We were going to do that anyway, so you know, it is
Yep,
what it is.
and I was aimed to do that too after talking to him in the comments. So let's just go ahead and get it done together.
Just do this. This is something that I kicked myself for because we were so busy last week, and then I wanted to make sure I could cover the Oklahoma case.
Oh, that's a mess, man.
Were you in here when I went nuts on that?
No,
You missed
Probably a good
it.
I'm so disgusted with that case that I've actually kind of
It
like
is.
purposely tried to not pay attention to it because it makes me more mad than people probably would think. Like I'm really mad.
You didn't hear me. I blew up.
Yeah, I'm pretty disgusted by how that entire situation was handled.
My entire show, I couldn't. But thank you so much, Robin Latham. I appreciate that so much. When I heard the cops say to him, "Well, do you have any ideas you could give us on how to deal with it?" I couldn't take it. I was like, "What? No, no, no."
I mean, honestly, they're just as bad as Uvalde. The entire PD needs to be just replaced.
100%, 100%. Yeah, I have the utmost respect for law enforcement officials. Okay, and I was so angry. I called this guy a dildo with ears. I don't talk that way. Okay, and I was
lost it.
I was so mad.
So he just slipped up and psyched out. I wish I would have been here.
Yeah, it was interesting. I was all over the place blowing up because it just pisses me off so bad.
Yeah.
You know, how do you not look for these things? It just whatever. Anyway.
Yeah. Not just that, but somebody try to help me understand in what universe it's okay for the victims' families to walk through the crime scene.
Thank you. When did that ever start happening?
The second I read that headline, I said, "What? They did what? They allowed what? Are they serious?
Yeah.
Like these are children's parents, and they're just like, oh, have fun walking through where your child was tortured and killed. What?
That's my point. That is my point, 100%. And that's when he said he's standing there with his camera, and they're like, the guy's going off, which I didn't blame him. I wish I was standing there next to him. I'd have been screaming too.
Yeah.
And he goes, why is this stuff? Basically, why is this stuff here? Why did you not investigate? They took down the crime scene tape, turned it back over to the homeowner, which is again, that one's got a criminal record of his own. But you know, and it's like, when and where did this become okay? It
really just kind of makes you wonder if, like, what they're stating about the possibilities of there being a big ring situation, how many of those cops are in their pockets with the way they handled it.
100%. When you saw the computer set up and the cameras and this and the chains,
that was an operation.
100%. Thank you. Which in turn, if you're investigating or you walk into this situation and you don't want to do an investigation to see if who's on the other end of those computers, if there's other people involved, if there's this
laziness,
nope, we're just done with it and walk away.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it just kind of reminds me of like a mini Jeffrey Epstein. They have all this stuff where they could get all these people convicted for their disgusting behavior, and they're just choosing to just leave it all there and hope that no one notices.
Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree with you. 100%. Insanity, pure insanity. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that if I do another one. That was a very quiet one. My phone is usually really loud, guys. My ringer and everything, so I don't understand that. So my apologies, but I will next time.
It almost sounded like you didn't have it on speaker.
Yeah, it was though. It really was.
I believe you.
Usually it's louder, so maybe it was just his end of things. I don't know. All right, folks, here we are. I can't see the chat right now, so if there's anything important going on, Mama Bear, if you would, please let me know. And okay, hold on a moment. Let's see.
Maybe station today.
We'll get to this. Hello. You are live with Dago, Mama Bear, and Miss Jules. Who am I speaking with? Hello.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Not really. It's kind of muffled. Is this Annie?
It is. Hang on one second.
Okay.
Off my Bluetooth.
No problem. Can you guys hear her better? She was muffled, but I mean, volume
It's about the
wise.
same level of
Mhm.
lowness.
All right. Hello.
That's better, actually.
Yep.
A little bit
There we
better.
go. Yeah, that's a lot better, Annie. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Sometimes it's my Bluetooth.
No,
How
no,
y'all
no.
doing today?
I'm wonderful, and I believe that they are wonderful. I can't speak for them, but they sound wonderful. So
I'm good.
Yeah, I'll go just Monday.
Ladies,
Yep.
you ladies have a good Mother's Day.
Yeah.
yeah, Mama
Yeah.
Bear saying the same thing.
Neutralness.
I did. Does that matter?
Yes, of course. Awesome. Great.
Right. Right.
Yay!
Not really, she said. My wife did. I'll say that much. So we had all
That's
of our
great.
children here, so it was a good one.
I haven't talked to you in a while.
No, it's been a couple weeks. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I've just been working a lot and stuff, been busy. But I actually was able to catch a live this morning. And I
Awesome.
heard Eddie calling in, and I'm like, wait a minute, can I call in? Because I don't know if I know you guys are all talking about Dave and stuff.
Yeah.
Right. And, I got to listen to the show, obviously. I was, in chat. Not going to lie, I'm a big supporter of Dave.
Nothing wrong with that.
Just because, I probably have a little bit more background information on Dave than everybody else. But, I was
Absolutely.
actually really grateful. I was grateful to hear from someone there who knew these people. He knows Caden. He's devastated by Caden's death.
Yes.
He's devastated by the other four's death. These are his friends. And he's really bothered by the fact that everybody else is kind of pretending it never happened.
I agree, and I'm 100% behind you on that, Annie. I wish we would get 2 handfuls more of people that would do what Dave is doing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think with Dave speaking out, I'm really hoping it's going to give other people kind of like the courage. Maybe they didn't want to, maybe they were afraid, but maybe now if they know, they actually have a place they can go where they can be anonymous, but kind of talk about what they know from being there themselves and being around these people every day and around that home.
Right.
I do think there's a very large fear.
I agree.
For a lot of the people who live there, not just the students.
Yeah.
Like Dave had a few interesting things last night that kind of popped out that I don't even know if a lot of people caught, but one of the little tidbits of information was how there's like 50 FBI agents living on campus.
Oh, I caught it.
Yeah, we caught that one for sure.
Right. Yeah, and we're talking, so I don't know if how familiar you guys are, but from the very beginning of this case, there were already federal agents, boots on the ground, prior
Absolutely.
to these homicides occurring. Federal agents already there investigating something else.
Yeah.
Okay. And then this happened.
Mm-hmm.
This campus already has a lot of agents and that were brought in prior.
Well, let me ask you then.
What's going on there? There was clearly something else going on there being monitored.
Do you think it's linked?
I'm not sure. I don't want to wildly speculate. But
Well, I
where
mean,
I go with this.
Do we have any idea why they were there?
I haven't found one.
I'm sorry.
Me neither.
Jules asked if anybody has any idea as to why the FBI is there. I heard this a while back in the investigation, and I looked for something, and I did not find anything. Of course, I didn't think I was going to.
The only major relevant thing that I could find, and I found it, so let's see, the investigation itself kicked off in October. So in the state of Idaho, there was a very large, and I mean large, it was a huge investigation launched by the Attorney General's office into the misuse of COVID funds amongst state agencies, and it included like the Department of Health and Human Services all the way up to like Secret Service.
Hold on, didn't they get a warrant from the like Human Services office to get his information, Brian's information, if I remember right?
No, we have warrants for the 4 victims for the Department of Labor.
Okay, I was wrong. Okay.
The only relevant thing that I could find was this very large-scale investigation that kicked off by the AG's office back in October of 2022. And basically what they were doing is investigating all of these different companies, state agencies, as well as LLCs, who were filing for COVID funds as a limited liability company, you know, to get money for like their 1 or 2 employees. They were basically just paying themselves. Okay.
I'll be right back. I got to fill my drink.
Part of me believes that that's what that's what would have brought federal agents in, because they had launched this very large investigation back in October, and they were looking at a lot of businesses. And if you use like an app like Landglide, so Landglide, you can basically put in any address, and it's going to tell you based on the taxpayer information who the home is registered to, right? And if you look in that area of King Road in Queens, it's nothing but LLCs. You know, they're all owned by an LLC, whether it's King LLC, Queen LLC, blah, blah, blah. Even some of the frats and the sororities are under LLC.
That's interesting.
What I believe is that's probably why federal investigators already had boots on the ground to begin with.
So are you stating it's a possibility that they were there to investigate the sororities and fraternities for COVID fraud under these LLC filings? Because that'd be the only reason why I'd find that they would be on the campus itself.
Well, I mean, it would coincide with like your Department of Labor warrants and stuff, but
Yeah.
I mean, so that's kind of why I don't like to. That was just kind of the only relevant thing I could find. Now, if there is a federal agents on the ground, they're undercover, they're part of the task force, we're not going to know why they were
1
there.
minute, Brandy.
Yeah, correct.
Sorry,
There's not going to be anything out there about it.
Try my very least to use the cursey words today.
Oh, you're okay. Don't worry about it.
But so what my main focus right now is, because I have already spent months doing the deep dives on the individual, the home, the this, the that, right? So I'm kind of like past all that.
Right.
What I've been kind of deep diving into, though, is what we have for the probable cause affidavit, because essentially we have 3. Technically it's 1, but it's like 3 versions of 1. And then when you go back and you look at the documents that were dropped by the defense, now we have, you know, almost a couple hundred pages document to look into here. And I've been kind of snooping around and doing a little pokey. And it's very, very interesting. All of these things that the defense should have already had in their possession a very long time ago, because at this point, you cannot say you don't have DNA evidence or genealogical evidence back, because that's the same genealogical evidence that you claim to have already in the beginning from the sheet and the trash. So you can't say that you don't have that and not hand it over. I noticed 2 body cams. They don't even have the body cams. Okay.
Right.
Right. So we have basic things that are fundamentally being denied to the defense by the prosecution, and there is a plethora. And when you go through each individual thing, there are things in there that really stood out to me. One of the main things was Ann Taylor is specifically requesting from Moscow Police Department all of their records, statements, body cams, and anything they have on a particular SA
Right.
that occurred. Now, that is very interesting to me, considering we were told by the coroner nothing like that happened.
Right.
And it perked my interest, because that would mean we have a prior SA, I'm assuming from one of the 3 girls that is on record somewhere
Mm-hmm.
that she's aware of. She's requesting the documentation for it, and they're not giving it over.
Right. And somebody brought that to my attention not too long ago. I haven't really talked about it because, again, like you said, there's really nothing out there stating it for sure, but it's been brought. Actually, a couple people brought it to my attention, to be honest with you, and put it into a narrative that fits into this. And I just, like I said, I haven't really touched it because what proof do we have? Do you know what I mean?
Well, no, actually, I think it's probably a really good idea. I know it's a lot of documents, but I'm a document nerd.
Okay.
So that's kind of just what I do.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I've been reading like a few pages a day here and there when I have time. And there's a lot.
Well, the way,
very interesting things.
Right. The way it was brought to me, now this could be wrong, and this is all speculative, folks, and I don't really like to do this too often, but that comment was brought to me by a couple different people that said that the whole walk from the corner club to the grub truck, you remember that, Annie?
Mm-hmm.
That conversation was possibly in regards to that. Okay. Now, I don't know. Okay. I don't know. Lots of people have gotten in touch with me. Okay. Lots of people, different variations of people, but I don't know that. I don't know that. I'm not saying that is what that was about, but it's been brought to me in that narrative as well.
Oh, see, well, I'm not even suggesting that that's what anybody was talking about in that video.
Right.
What I'm saying is that Brian's defense team is aware that someone, and I mean, hey, maybe Ethan, I don't know, but it appears that one of our victims here, at some point reported an SA.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And Taylor is well aware of it, and she wants every single document for it.
Absolutely.
Right? Now, another interesting thing I noticed, and she is requesting specifically when it comes to this lab, the sheep, the genealogical DNA, right, that they obtained from the sheep. She is requesting specific information on the multiple sources of unknown male DNA that were also present.
Right. And that's one of the things. That's one of the things that they're not getting to her. Am I wrong?
Right.
Right.
This is all stuff that they've been. This is the third supplemental request for discovery.
Exactly.
So we have three requests 3 months in a row: January, February, March. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So for 90 days now, the defense has been saying, "We know you have this.
Right.
We know it's readily available because half of this you claim to have already had. It's in your probable cause affidavit. So there would be no reason for not turning it over."
100%.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
So, and when you get into the warrants,
right,
bank warrants. So, I guess what I've been trying to do is look at what's available for these probable cause affidavits and the applications for the search warrants.
Right.
One for Pennsylvania, one for Washington. Even the search warrant on his apartment when they served that. Blaker got such a chubby over the fancy computer that was left on the counter that they neglected the smart TV sitting there and left it because they were so geeked out about this fancy computer.
Right.
And I'm looking at it going, you're dealing with a person who you want everyone to believe is like Jason Bourne.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Right.
And you're like freaking out over this fancy computer, but yet you leave the smart TV. I know my smart TV has USB ports. I can stick a thumb drive into my smart TV. And there's a part of me that's like, I would not put it past Brian at all, because you're not going to leave your very fancy multi-$1,000 computer just chilling on the counter if you're fleeing because you committed a quadruple homicide.
Right.
You're not going to leave it. So to me, it's like diversionary.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Go
ma'am.
ahead and take this.
Yeah, I can agree.
And if you remember, his lawyer, they did the search warrant. They got nothing. They got some dust and some cobwebs and a fancy computer, and they left old monitor,
and
they
a
got the smart TV.
A nosebleed.
Well, on January 9th, his lawyer goes back with his forensics guy, and they go retrieve the TV.
Right.
And the old monitor.
Yep.
I don't believe for a single second his attorney would be going to pick up this flat screen smart TV with this forensic investigator for if it's irrelevant. What are you taking it for then?
100%. 100%.
Right. So, there's a lot of things standing out to me here when I'm looking at these probable cause affidavits, the search warrant applications, every single thing Ann is asking for. And then when you kind of sit back and take a minute, because it's a lot to take in when you realize what they're asking for.
Right.
Hey, Ann, can I ask you a question about one of the warrants? I want your opinion on something.
Annie, do you hear Jules?
She's really muffled on my end for some reason, but I hear you really clear.
Because I'm close. She said she wanted to know if she could ask you a question about one of the warrants. Go ahead, Jules.
How do you feel about the UPS camera footage warrants not being in Pullman that they're looking for being in Moscow? What do you think the relevance might be to that? I had somebody comment it the other day, and I've been trying to figure that out too, because we know he lived in Pullman, and I feel like if he had anything delivered, I mean, you'd think someone who spent a decade doing this wouldn't be stupid enough to get the murder weapon sent to his house. But do you think that maybe they think he used someone's Moscow address to deliver it, and that's what they were looking for? Or do you think they might actually think they see his vehicle somewhere on these cameras? Because I'm curious as to the point of them.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have the document in front of me, but do you have is the warrant actually for Brian, or is it just a general UPS warrant?
It's a warrant for the UPS truck's cameras in the Moscow area during a certain time frame. It actually doesn't say anything about Brian on it whatsoever.
Yeah, he's not in that at all.
Right. Okay, so let me just pose something.
But it's not the day of the murders. It's like before the murders.
Well, exactly. Right. So there's, in my opinion, if it doesn't directly state his name, then they're probably not looking at it for him specifically. Right? Because if you're trying to get a warrant for, say, everything Brian Koberger picked up from this UPS place or had shipped out from, because if I remember correctly, I did a little semi-deep dive on this a while back, and the UPS that they're requesting the info from is actually like a shipping UPS store that is out of Pullman.
Yeah.
They're looking specifically for videos from the UPS trucks in Moscow.
Yeah, the hub is in Pullman.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so here's where I'm going with this. I think everybody for a long time has suspected drugs probably had something to do with this case.
Yes.
I will take a guess that somebody was likely shipping. Now, even though the Pullman drive is not long, right?
Right.
When you're doing shit like this, you kind of want to maybe not be in the area as much as possible, or maybe you don't want to attract some heat to yourself. Now, we understand Emma was like always there, but with the drug element to this, I don't know. There's a chance people are like shipping things back and forth to each other. So in Idaho, weed and weed pens are illegal. In Washington, they're legal. There's a chance somebody's just stopping at the vape store or the pot shop in Washington and shipping it over to someone at the house. You know what I mean? It could just be vape pens because they can't do vape pens in Idaho.
Yeah, I just pulled it up so I could get the dates. It states any and all video that is recorded and stored on any delivery trucks that were in Moscow, Idaho between the dates of 11/6/22 and 11/14 of 22.
Yeah, so that's real specific. They're looking for just video. They don't even want to know shipping or deliveries or anything.
They want the delivery truck. I guess I know we learned from the there was a case here by Fort Worth, a little girl named Athena. A lot of you might know that one. found everything they had because the delivery truck idiot was driving, recorded inside and outside. So that's why I'm like, okay, well, maybe they think that he picked up a delivery from someone's house, maybe an address that he used, and they're trying to see if maybe they caught him getting the package when the truck showed up. But it is a week span, and you normally, especially in 2023, you can literally get on your phone and watch your little person who's bringing you your delivery every little step of the way. So you would know specifically when something was delivered. So it being a week out, I'm trying to figure out what's the point of the warrant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's only for those few days. Well, if they're only looking for video, my guess is they're specifically looking for a vehicle.
Yeah, that's possible too. Yeah.
It could be, because now, if I remember correctly, I think it was Banfield, unfortunately, but you know, at the beginning they had all those reporters out in front of the house and stuff. And I distinctly remember in one of those videos, there's a UPS truck like pulling away.
Right.
So, you know, I'm guessing if they're looking for specific videos, specific days, that's why they're trying to see. They're looking for a vehicle, is my guess, or they're looking for an actual person.
Yeah.
Who knows? Because look, my opinion of some of these warrants, right? I don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you're looking for the UPS video for these specific days, but yet you never issue a warrant for the deleted LinkedIn account for one of the victims that was accessed 12 hours later and deleted.
Okay.
So that would have been my first warrant, because I want to know who deleted her account after she was already deceased.
Yeah, I've been questioning the crap out of that too.
I think we all wanted to know that, honestly.
Well, that's kind of one of the things that really bothers me.
Yeah.
And why I have a problem with a lot of the protocol and missteps that seem to have been ignored in this case.
Oh,
I know that, you know, if I have a victim's sister calling me the next morning at the police department to tell me, why did you access my sister's LinkedIn and delete it? And I'm the police department saying it wasn't us.
Mm-hmm.
That's illegal for us to do. Well, then that's going to be the first warrant I'm issuing. I want to know immediately who accessed her account and deleted it. And
well,
I agree.
How do you feel on that, though? Let me ask you real quick. How do you feel as far as Moscow's concerned? Do you feel that they really don't know?
Really don't know what?
Who did it?
No, not at all.
Okay. I just want to make sure. I'm just that was my question. No. You know, do you believe what they're saying?
I think that no, I don't believe anything. I feel like 99% of that probable cause affidavit is fabricated, in my opinion.
Okay.
I believe that she is a problem. It's going to be a huge problem, because they're not going to, you know, we got 3 dudes right now all pointing the finger at each other. Oh, no, he found it. No, I later learned about it. No, I was told about it. So
well, do you remember?
if it's not in your crime scene log and it's not logged in at a specific time, photographed at the same time, exactly who found it, where, never mind this underneath or beside, that's not how you write those things.
Right.
You have to write it exactly how you found it and where.
That's right.
You know, me and you have talked about this before.
Yes, ma'am. We have.
Your paramedics would have saw that sheet long before anybody else.
Well, they weren't allowed in the house. There's the major problem right there.
Bingo.
Okay.
Bingo.
We went and found that out because of that conversation we had, and it bothered me from the beginning. And I said, something's not right with this. Okay, so why were they not allowed in the house? Then we go back. That's why we're looking at this affidavit today again. None of it makes any sense. Okay, and as soon as I realized when you brought that question up to me, that's a good question. Why did I not see that in there, guys?
So like if your first three responding officers are there with paramedics, even if the paramedics aren't wearing body cams, your first 3 responding officers should be, and they should have them on. They should have them on from the moment they get out of their car.
That's exactly right.
Most of them turn it on. They turn it on like 30 to 40 seconds before they even get out of the vehicle.
That's correct as well.
You have a running time, you know?
Yep.
But either way, we know how Moscow police is with their fucking body cams, okay? They've already had issues with this shit in the past with their body cams. So, I have a hard time with it. Simply because your paramedics who weren't, if they had been allowed in, they would have obviously seen the sheet long before anybody else, because they're actually assessing victims. They are up close. They are moving people, trying to figure out where they're bleeding from.
That's right.
What's going on.
They're supposed to be. Here's the thing. I have a question on that now. Now that we found out that they were not there on scene, I want to know if PD canceled them. That's what I want to know.
Well, that's what I'm that's kind of where I'm going with this. Someone on scene, long before the lead detectives arrived,
yes,
had the authority. Someone on scene was given the authority to clear people and let them walk away.
That's right.
No fingerprints taken from these people, no DNA taken from these people, no cell phone dumps of any of the people who were there on scene. Okay?
Yes.
You have people who were in the home. As far as we know, no cell phone dumps were done for them. We got cell phone dumps for Dylan and Bethany.
Correct.
As far as I know, that's all we got. Okay?
And this stuff is right. And this stuff is the stuff that Ann is asking for and is not getting, guys. Mm-hmm. That's the problem. Right. Okay. Because it makes me, and I hate to do this, I don't like jumping in this hole. Okay. What choice do I have? What choice do any of us have at this point other than to jump into this hole and go, okay, why do they have it? Do they have this information? Is that why they're not giving it to her? Do they actually have it? And why, if they don't have it, why? Okay. Why don't you have it?
Yeah. It makes it seem like they don't really have a case, honestly.
100%.
This isn't like some kind of conspiracy. This is, if you look at the documents.
Right.
Your documents don't make sense. Okay. You claim to have this sheet with this genealogical DNA, but in your search warrant application, you're specifically asking the judge to ignore it.
100%. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
You already know at that point, this thing that you're claiming is your like holy grail isn't your holy grail, which is why you're asking the judge to still give you the search warrant and ignore that.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Don't look over here. Please don't ask us about this sheet or this DNA. Just trust us.
100%. And I don't. I'm sorry, guys. I love law enforcement. Always have. I don't.
Me too.
I don't.
This is, at this point, I'm like, I don't give a shit what anybody says anymore. No, I don't hate law enforcement. No, I'm not one of those people who's like, defund police. No,
right.
Nothing like that.
No.
I'm a document nerd. I understand how these things work. I understand how your documents are supposed to be filled out. And when I see discrepancies and when I see inconsistencies, it raises red flags.
Especially when it's coming from...
You're trained, but you're trained. And Jules, I'm sure, knows all about this. Your training is why your documents need to be chronological,
100%.
exact, none of this wishy-washy language. Because at some point, what you've collected at this scene is going to be called into question.
Yes.
So you need to make sure that every single thing was done to the T.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, and then when it comes to these PCAs, like, honestly, whose perspective are these even written in? Because they are word for word down to, with my experience. Okay, y'all both got the same experience. So who copy and pasted from who? I'd love to know which one of them was actually the first one written up, because the ridiculous comparisons in this they're written by the same person, in my opinion.
I can tell you, when I first read the probable cause affidavit, the very first thing I picked up on was the language, and that the language is from someone who you can tell has extensive military background.
Yeah.
So I knew that right away, and that was before I even knew the lead detective was prior DOD and military.
Well, then now we do know.
You can tell because nobody talks like that. I saw a figure clad in all black. I was in a frozen shock phase.
Yep.
That's not how people talk.
That's military. That's 100.
Well, that is how someone who did did some years in the sandbox.
That's definitely military talk. Like you're not lying. Fact.
Yeah, that's how they talk, because that's how they're trained to talk.
So can I ask a question? Because I think maybe you might know the answer.
Did you hear her?
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So in both of these PCAs, you know how I'm mentioning like down to with my experience as a blah blah blah. Okay, everything's the same. Is it gonna matter that there's a double lie in these PCAs? Because in the PCAs it states that in both of them, like one of them states I got the warrant for the cell phone and the other one states that the other person got the warrant for the cell phone. But if you go back and you look at the warrant for the cell phone, it's from Detective Mowry or whatever his name is. Neither Brett Payne or Blaker got that warrant, but there's one of them giving possession of getting the warrant and the other one giving that person they did it, they got the warrant stuff.
Yep.
That's false.
Yep.
And I know it's like not really a huge detail, but to me it is.
It's still
Because that's
it's
not
still
the person's name on the warrants.
That's right.
Right.
And that right there
Well,
alone.
that's exactly why all your documents need to be written correctly, and that's why everything needs to be done correctly, because if not, you now have left the opportunity for the defense
that stuff can get the case thrown out.
Yeah, technicalities do happen.
Right. That could throw the whole case out of court right there. That one verbiage in this sale. People don't seem to understand that. This whole case could be in garbage from one word in this thing being wrong and being made the way it is.
One piece of evidence
yes.
that was illegally obtained
yes.
or planted.
Hence, let's go back, guys. Think about the Brady Giglio scenario, okay? Put all that together with it. There we go. And this case is out. It's done.
And now, well, see, that was another thing too. A lot of people were like, "Oh, the Brady Giglio thing is just nothing to do with this case. It's something from an officer prior." And I'm like, no.
It wouldn't be here if it was.
Officer specifically on this case, which is why it was turned over to the defense.
Right.
Because if it had nothing to do with this case, it wouldn't be going to Brian's defense team
exactly.
or the prosecution.
Exactly.
And isn't it both responding officers, Nunez and the other guy, that have like violations against them?
I think it is Nunez and
Smith. Is it Smith?
Gunderson.
Gunderson. Isn't it Gunderson?
Yeah, it's Gunderson and
Nunez. Yes.
So if they've already been proven to basically be dishonest, then that just makes that 4-hour gap that they were first responding to the detectives getting there at 4:00 even more suspicious, in my opinion.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But what were you saying, Annie? I'm sorry. You guys crossed.
No. I'm sorry. I'm trying to listen, but sometimes I think because of the I'm on a phone, but you guys are not. So I think I have a delay or something.
Oh, okay. Sure. Yeah. No. It's okay. It's okay. And my apologies for that, by the way, if that's what's happening. But you are absolutely right, both of you guys. And we all, this is fact, folks. This is what's going to happen. Okay. If this, and once again, I'm sorry, I'm all over the place with this, but Ann Taylor is an amazing attorney. The investigator is an amazing investigator. And they just keep adding good people to this team. They keep doing this. Guess what? This case is gone, out the door, over with, bye. Brian's done. That's it.
Yep.
Well, I do want to say too, this forensic investigator that they hired. So if this originally people were like, no, it doesn't say Bethany does have exculpatory evidence. It says she may have.
That's right.
I'm like, no, actually. It doesn't.
And here's the thing.
Sloopy.
Thank you.
Thank goodness for Sloopy,
yep.
Because she hopped on to back me up and say, no. It says she does have, without a shadow of a doubt, the defense is already aware, Bethany has exculpatory evidence.
Right.
Period. End of story. And it's unique to her and her only.
And that's what I'm.
So here's what I take from this, because what the prosecution is planning on doing is they're not going to call Bethany or Dylan. This is, for all I know, they could, but usually you're going to leave them out, okay?
Yeah.
And what the prosecution would do is they're going to have officers speak on their behalf, testify to hearsay, because if you've been an officer for longer than 5 years, you can testify on behalf of a witness, their hearsay and their statements to you, so that they don't have to be called into court, okay?
Right.
So that's what they were planning on doing, is letting the cops talk for the witnesses in court and testify to hearsay. not be able to do that. He does not have 5 years of experience.
Right.
So at that point, Payne would not be called up. You're going to have Bleeker, you're going to have Mowry, you're going to have, the other guys that were on it. They all have much longer experience. So my guess is that that's why this forensic investigator, this is why the defense is wording it specifically, that this is unique to her and her only, and only she can speak on it.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want to hear it from someone else. We want to hear it from her.
That's right.
This is the defense's way of saying, we don't want the cops version of it. We want to hear it directly from her.
Correct.
And a lot of people are like, well, she's a victim and she's this and that. And I'm looking at it, leave the emotion out of it. She's a witness is what she is. And until it's been determined whether or not she's a credible witness, I'm sorry, but you have a lot of explaining to do.
Mm-hmm.
And there are a lot of questions. There's a reason that Moscow Police Department did not include almost nothing from Bethany. And they focused mainly on Dylan's statements here.
And we didn't hear anything until, a week and a half ago. And not one word about Bethany at all until that came out 2 weeks ago. Okay. That was it. That's so weird to me.
Which is probably why they want her to talk and not have her story come out of a cop's mouth, because they've already been suppressing that story long enough now.
Correct. I agree with that.
And you're not gonna believe anything at this point. I know if I'm the defense.
No.
And I'm looking at these documents, and I'm looking at these probable cause affidavits, and I'm looking at the search warrant applications, and we're laymen, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can immediately recognize, well, why on earth would you ask a judge to ignore what is normally considered to be Holy Grail evidence? You have the DNA and the sheet, and you're asking the judge to ignore it.
Right.
I've never heard of such a thing ever. Right.
Absolutely.
It doesn't make any sense to me. And like your probable cause affidavit, it would be attached to every search warrant.
Yeah. Well, there's multiple
not
things.
Change from warrant to, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, you're not going to end up with 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 different versions of a probable cause affidavit for warrants.
Right. Well, there's multiple things, though. I mean, even Annie, that are so off and so weird and so strangely different based on normal protocol. That, like, for instance, just a real quick throw. I mean, this is a little bit off subject, but it fits in with all the abnormalities with this. Okay, when they were serving the warrant on Koberger's apartment. Remember that? Okay, and they got on the phone with the judge to look in the storage locker, and the judge said to sign his name on the papers. Remember that?
Right.
When have you ever heard of that happening, or seen or heard of that happening anywhere?
Well, unfortunately, when COVID hit, this is how a lot of everybody had to do business, including police. When COVID hit, that's when it became real popular to just hop on a Zoom and talk to a judge in another state if you need to. And yeah, I mean, you can sign the document because everything's going to be notarized and stuff immediately after. Personally, I wouldn't do it if I was a judge, and I'm going to fact check every single probable cause affidavit submitted to me by a police officer, because what the cops are coming to you for is the cops are coming to ask you if they can violate a citizen's rights based on A, B, C, and D.
Right.
Okay? I'm going to fact check it. I'm not just going to believe every single thing someone's handing me. Okay? But I understand judges have large caseloads. Me personally, I want to fact check especially in something like this. And when I'm being told, ignore this part, Your Honor. Focus on this.
Right. That's it right there.
That would bother me.
100%. And that's what I'm just...
That would raise a red flag to me personally, that I have this lead detective here wanting me to ignore what is normally going to be your slam dunk evidence that's going to get you that warrant signed, no problem. It's strange behavior.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, this whole thing, everything. That's why I threw that little piece in there. Everything that has gone on with this is way out of the norm. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, and I've never seen such a combination of anomalies involved in a case. Guys, we'll get one here and there that'll have a little mishap here, or a little mistake here, a little bit. This entire case is nothing but this. Okay.
Yeah.
From start to now. I mean, there's just nothing enough to say about that. That's all it is. Looking
It's
at this,
honestly crazy. It's crazy.
It
because
is.
I've thought about it, and I'm like, well, wait a minute. All right, so Brian's a teaching assistant at Wazoo, right?
Yeah.
He can't date there. He can't date anybody there. He's a teacher's assistant.
Mm-hmm.
He can't date any student, period. End of story, right? If he wants to get drugs and he's a teaching assistant, he isn't going to buy them there. Somebody may recognize him.
Exactly.
He doesn't want one of his students recognizing him, right?
That's right.
So I'm like, the most common thing that makes sense is, well, no shit, he'd be over at the U of I.
Uh-huh.
It's 10 minutes away. He can date people over there. He can party over there, and nobody's going to know.
That's very true. Very
Yeah, that's
true.
a good point.
And something else that I've been thinking about most recently, I'm just going to throw this out there. Based on Brian's history, okay, his educational history and just period, okay? And then, with some of the things I've watched, me and Mama Bear were talking about this, actually. It's been bugging me, but how bad did this man want to be a police officer, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It pretty much, based on the time, like Jules has said, you spent a decade getting education on this scenario. Why would you throw that out the window for this scenario? I can't.
And I mean, it's not like we haven't seen that before. People that have been denied that authority position and then they just turned psychopath. But in still stating that 10 years, why are you not leaving your phone at your apartment? Why are you allowing yourself to be tracked?
When you know that can happen.
Yeah, like you literally wanted to teach.
He wanted to be a professor of criminology. He didn't necessarily want to be a cop. He wanted to do the cloud-based digital forensic type of investigation.
Right, the cloud forensic stuff.
Right, that's his interest.
Well, yeah.
A lot of the cloud-based stuff. So, I know he wanted to do, I think his ultimate goal was detective work using the cloud-based forensics and that kind of AI software, not necessarily to be a cop. I think he wanted to get in with the police department. Okay, so here's I'll give you my one conspiracy.
It's probably the same one I was getting ready to give you too. That's why I brought this up, but go ahead.
You're probably going to hate it. So my theory is that Brian came across or came into some knowledge about maybe some things that were going on between these two police departments and the two campuses. And maybe he was poking his nose around where it don't belong. And he's an outsider. Everybody else there is a local. He's the one dude coming in and poking his nose around where it doesn't belong. I would imagine maybe that's motive to, perhaps want to, set you up.
Kill two birds with one stone.
I think he wanted to get in right. I personally think that Brian was doing some kind of I don't know if this dude was running his own operation, spy op or something.
Well, here, let me do you one better.
There's a part of me that really thinks that, and the only reason I think that is because when I had read that the lawyer went back to the smart TV, okay, and then we see this body cam come out of them getting into the apartment, and Blaker is just beside himself over this fancy computer that's just strategically laid out on the counter.
Right.
And they leave the TV. I'm like, is this dude, maybe he is like Jason Bourne.
Well,
maybe I'm missing something here. Then we have this body cam of him getting pulled over and his car coming back as a 2005. And the cop doesn't say shit about it.
Right. Now here,
it was very strange to me, and I'm going, wait a minute, where I come from, so if I get pulled over and my car comes back to a different year of the car I'm driving, the cops are going to have some questions.
They don't let you go. That's right.
It said it was a 2005. I heard the discrepancy where the dispatch told her that it was a Sonata, but I don't remember.
It was a different vehicle altogether.
No. Listen, I'm telling you. So when the dispatch comes back, they say 2005 Hyundai Sonata, and the cop said,
no,
it's supposed to be an Elantra. And the dispatch says, oh, my bad, it just says sedan. She never corrected the year.
Right.
Oh, wow. I'm going to go back.
I listened to that like 5 times to make sure I heard it right. And I wanted to add a little something to your conspiracy, because I have my own, okay, as everybody does. That what you just said, I've been building off of that in the back of my mind for a while now. And also adding to that, Annie, it was found out that Kaylee had a bit of a sleuth bug in her, okay? Mm-hmm. And the only difference with it is I can't find the connection to make the connection. But what if this is just a huge what if, a complete total, what if, guys? What if she was in contact with Brian and they were doing a little thing together and they were helping each other in a scenario like this? Okay.
Right. Well, that's why I thought about that too, because if you look at the warrants, so if you look specifically at the warrants for Brian and the warrants for Kaylee,
right,
they match up a lot.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
I did notice, so like for the warrants for Reddit, there's only one, and it's for Kaylee.
Yep.
Not for anybody else.
That's right.
Certain things I noticed just in the warrants alone, when you look at them, there's definitely something going on as far as that would lead me to believe, it's totally speculation, but it would lead me to believe that he probably, and Mr. Gonzalez even had said that there is a connection, but he wasn't ready to speak on it.
I remember that.
That was a couple months back. So
let me ask you another question about the warrants.
I'm sorry?
Let me ask you another question about the warrants. Did you notice that after they arrested him, that they didn't have like any other warrants go out for financials? Like prior to his arrest, they did a whole bunch of banks and stuff to get financial information from the victims, but they, as far as they've released to the public, didn't try to do any financial warrants for Brian.
No. If I remember correctly, there's only one bank warrant for Brian. And then all the rest of the bank warrants and the Department of Labor, it's all for the 4 victims. Right. And then some of the warrants are for like 4 to 6 redacted others.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
There's lines there with numbers, but the person's name is blanked out. So,
right.
That leads me to believe, like I said, so I don't know exactly what's going on. We all have our theories. I'm almost positive it probably was drug related. But what I've been doing, I've been comparing, I guess you could say, just doing comparisons of the things that Ann Taylor is asking for, the things that have been put out on Bethany's side that are public anyway, but we have access to. When you start looking at these things, it starts painting a much clearer picture, right? Mm-hmm. I do believe that a lot of these students over there, they're in fear, and they're not in fear because of necessarily Greek life, although maybe a few of them are. I think they're more in fear of the things that they know about what goes on in that town and the people who are involved, and they don't want to end up like what happened here.
Exactly. That's what I was saying earlier. There's other.
That's, it's terrifying to think of, because here's how I look at it, right? If you have the right guy, and you have the right guy, and slam dunk, no holds barred, this is your dude.
Yes.
You would not have such discrepancies in your paperwork, in your documents. You wouldn't have so many, unless there is something much bigger going on, and even the cops have to come out and just be like, we don't know.
Right.
Give us a gag order. We don't want to talk to nobody about shit. Just make them stop asking questions.
Right.
It's kind of what it looks like to me right now. So you wouldn't care You wouldn't necessarily want to prevent people from asking questions or speaking out if you have your guy. You'd want the whole world to know it's your guy, and this is how you know it's your guy.
Yep. That's a fact.
They do it with every other case.
Yes, ma'am. And you know what? I have a thing for you, Annie. Since you said you're a document nerd and you like to research and all that kind of stuff. If you would not, thank you, Miss Boone. I appreciate that, my dear. If you wouldn't mind, because I've been looking and I can't really get to where I can get to find it. There's some rumor. I'm going to leave it at rumor going around about history of that house and things that have happened in that house over the past. Let me see. 20 years. We'll just go with that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Involving scenarios kind of like what we're going through with it right now. Okay. And I'd just be curious to find out any other deaths per se and things like that have happened at that specific house that have not been talked about, because it's been put out there that there have been quite a few more in that specific house due to drug-related issues.
Like overdoses and stuff?
Yes, on overdoses, alcohol poisonings that have related in, fatalities. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. It's an off-campus college house.
Right, but it hasn't been put out there when it happens. It's been being covered up per se to protect the.
Well, yeah, that's what all of these
town.
Campuses do, though.
Right.
So,
right.
Unfortunately, it doesn't matter. Go to any college campus in the country. Pick one. You could close your eyes and just point to a map and pick one. And it's guaranteed they are covering up the deaths related to hazing, drugs, drinking, all of it. They hide their essay reports. They hide all that stuff. They hide, reported essays and R's, and because they don't want people knowing that. If that stuff is public information, word gets out. Like, think about this, right? So word gets out that your two campuses, University of Idaho and Wazoo, have this issue with drugs coming across and back and forth to each campus, and kids are ODing because the stuff they're getting is laced. You know how quickly people are pulling their kids?
Absolutely.
People will never send their kids there again.
No,
I'm not going to pay the tuition.
You're right, and I know the reason why they're hiding it, but like I said, it's come out that there's been even close to 20, maybe 15 to 20 other deaths that have happened in that one specific house in that area. Not to say what else has happened everywhere else, but it almost brings you to wonder. That house alone. I'm not saying that the house is a target, but at the same time, you know what I mean? It's just kind of ironic, in my opinion. So,
I agree. I agree. But unfortunately, because this is just, it's, I hate to say it, but that's just how it works. So these colleges are well aware of the fact that they will lose enrollment big time.
Oh, yeah.
If word gets out. And it's not the first campus. Wazoo's their chapter was shut down. I think it was 15%. They were shut down for hazing and death and stuff too.
Right.
There's multiple. Yeah, it happens all the time. There's multiple frat houses and sororities that get shut down because of hazing and all of this, and they have to work their way back up. So that was something that I noticed early on too. A lot of the Pi Phis from Wazoo, they go over to U of I and party over there because their sorority was recently reopened.
Right.
They can't get any strikes.
They can't get any strikes.
Any trouble over there at the Wazoo campus. So a lot of the Pi Phis go over to King Road. They go party over there and hang out with the Pi Phis over there.
Yeah.
Because they can party, their school isn't going to know about it, nobody's going to get in trouble. Right.
And the thing is, guys, a lot of people don't understand it. She's absolutely right. In that town, being a college town, the whole town relies on the money that comes from that college, okay, from the people. That town is built off of that, guys. So if the college goes down, if people stop bringing their kids or sending their kids to that school, the college goes down, the town goes down, and it's going to shut the town down. So that's
Yeah, and it's public information too. I'm pretty sure University of Idaho's annual revenue is like $250-something million a year.
right. It's a very, very it's very prominent. Okay. So think about that, folks. If the college were to be shut down per se due to issues that are like this going on, so on and so forth, it's going to shut the town down. It's going to completely destroy everything. So once again, they have to protect their investment, guys.
Right. And a lot of it too, so I can understand maybe why certain people there don't want to say anything, right? Maybe certain families don't want to speak up. Certain friends don't want to speak up. I could totally understand why when you're a small town, at some point, your town has already got federal agents, boots on the ground. You've got 50 FBI agents living on your campus. Everybody knows something's up.
Right.
Okay? It's a small-ass town. 25,000 people, 15,000 of them are students. So everybody knows what's going on. They all knew what was going on. You know, I'm not trying to accuse anybody of anything, but it's always been strange to me that multiple neighbors commented on how it was like eerily quiet that night.
Yeah.
Whereas normally,
Yep.
So, you know, and then you watch the grub truck video and you see like certain interactions between certain people, like Kaylee's sorority sisters show up and only one of them speaks to her, the rest ignore her.
That's right. That's right.
You know? So I look at things like that. There's certain, to me, interactions going on between certain people that are strange, you know. It's odd to me that all of her sorority sisters show up at the same spot she's back for her last weekend, and 3 of them don't speak to her at all. Only one of them does. And Kaylee looks frantic after that. You know, she was already frantic texting on her way to the grub truck.
That's right. The whole time.
Right.
And then
you know, I can understand why people draw a lot of like certain conclusions and like skepticism and everything. I'm right there with everybody. I've got, 10,000 questions too. But It really helps when you look at that. Now that we are getting documents from the defense.
Mm-hmm.
We have something tangible to look at. Things being requested that should have been handed over months ago. Reports that are being requested on a victim that Moscow police is in possession of and they're not handing over.
Right.
Things like that are key.
That's a fact. That and the verbiage and all that is very, very important.
Mm-hmm. And I feel bad for Dave. I know a lot of people think Dave is bullshit and all this stuff. Now, with Kim, it was different. I respect Kim. I'm sure she's a very worried mom, and I'm sure she does know some things because her kids go there. But it's also, I have a different opinion on that. It is what it is. I'm not going to lie. I still respect Kim. I'm glad that she came and spoke out, but she uses a lot of the same verbiage that some of the YouTube psychics use. Yes,
I've heard that.
And I'm not knocking a YouTube psychic. I watch YouTube psychics and tarot card readers and stuff. It's great entertainment.
Right.
However,
right.
It was worrisome to me that a lot of the verbiage that was being used was similar, and it's being claimed to have come from her kids or her kids' friends.
Yeah.
That's if you want to say it's from a tarot reader, that's great. At least say that. Right?
Absolutely. 100%.
So that's kind of the only thing that worried me about that. I have no hate for Kim or anything like that, but Dave is a little bit different. Dave is still there. Dave resides on campus.
Right.
Dave resides in a frat.
That's right.
He can see King Road from his bedroom window.
That's right. And I feel the same way you do about it.
Yeah, and these were his friends. He's absolutely devastated and heartbroken that he feels as though something is not right here.
Mm-hmm.
Something is missing. We're not being told the truth. Right?
I agree.
So
I agree.
I hope that gives other people. But even Dave said that, like, when he tries to talk to his friends and stuff about this, they all just kind of change the subject or trail off onto something else.
Yep.
That's sad.
And there's that.
Nobody wants to talk about it.
There's that, and then there's the fact that again, backing up a little bit again, that law enforcement has not gone back to any of them. Law enforcement has not put out the effort to talk to any of them. So how in a case like this with
how did you canvass the whole neighborhood?
Thank you.
You didn't canvass this one place where they can see the house from their house.
That's right. That's absolutely correct.
How far did you canvass out?
That is
500, 800 interviews.
Yeah.
Yet none of them were Greek Row. But see, even that is sketchy. Now here's where maybe they didn't go to the rest of the houses in Greek Row, but I distinctly remember seeing state police cruisers parked outside Sigma Chi for a couple of days there. And they were going in and out of Sigma Chi, so they were definitely talking to those dudes.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
That's
ISP
right.
was at Sigma Chi.
Were they anywhere else though? That's the thing.
But that's what I mean. They didn't go, it appears they didn't go to any of these other.
Right.
I don't know if they went to Pi Phi. We don't know if they went to Alpha Phi. We don't know if they went to any of these other. I know that we have MPD telling us they did hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of interviews. And apparently it wasn't with any of these guys. Who are like right there.
They're right there. Yeah, that was a problem for me too. Which tells you
even Enon Harsh said the same thing. No, he's like, they came and knocked on the door once and never really heard from him again.
That's how they did it with everything. They just kept on going. You know what I mean? And then it seems to me like when they pulled Koberger, that and everything else stopped there too. That was it. They got their guy. They even said, no, we're confident we have our man. That came out of press conference, and I said, oh boy.
Yeah, did you guys notice too in these warrants? So the DoorDash warrant, that DoorDash warrant goes all the way back to, I think, January 2022.
Yeah.
And it goes up to present day, which was like December 14th.
Yep.
And I'm going, what the hell do they need a DoorDash warrant for a month after? They're looking for all deliveries that went to the house up until December, like 14th, 15th.
Yeah. That's a month after the murders, right?
That's a month after. The only people there a month after the murders is law enforcement.
That's it. That's a fact.
Or reporters.
Well,
I don't think the reporters were door dashing food over to their location at the house.
Not there. No, you're absolutely right. That doesn't make any sense, and it didn't the first time I read it. It still doesn't. So.
Yeah, no, that was something that stuck out to me too. I'm like, interesting.
Right.
So they want to know deliveries that were made even after it was an active crime scene. And I'm thinking to myself, did some dumbass, I've always speculated that you have, and this is just my speculation. I'm not stating that this is a fact, but I have always had the sneaky suspicion that there is a law enforcement officer involved.
That's been.
It would make sense if you're looking to. I'm just saying you're trying to figure out deliveries that are still coming a month after.
Yeah.
The only people there at that time are law enforcement. That's it.
Well, even without you bringing that part of it up, that has been talked about quite a bit, especially recently. That there could very well possibly.
And I'm not knocking, I just want to make it clear. I'm not knocking law enforcement. I love our law enforcement, but they are human beings. They are very capable of committing crime.
Absolutely.
Anybody who doesn't think that they're not crooked or capable of these things isn't paying attention, because it happens all the time.
Yeah.
There are plenty of cops out there that do heinous things to their own families, to their friends, to strangers. It's not out of the norm. I know we're all taught that, no, don't ever question. No.
Right.
I'm sorry. There are too many inconsistencies here for me not to question something like that.
Absolutely.
And that's why I'm not accusing. But what I am saying is that we have some problems here. Quite a few of the different LEOs.
Yes, ma'am.
Police department.
To say the very least, that is a fact.
I don't like to think that, but
Well, none of us want to
It
think
kind of
that.
like it almost kind of like makes sense when you're looking at these documents and you're looking at all the inconsistencies. It's like, okay, wait a minute. Who are they fucking covering for here?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what it feels like to me.
In a lot.
It reads like it's you gotta cover this shit up.
Yeah. I mean, you're not the only person to think that, Annie. You know that, right?
I mean, even if I was, at this point I wouldn't even care.
Right. I agree. I do. I agree. It's.
I mean, we need physical, right? So I look at it as physical evidence. Okay.
Absolutely.
If say we get to the point where the sheet gets tossed, the genealogical DNA gets tossed, say the trash in Pennsylvania gets tossed because it was collected illegally.
Right.
Okay. So the curtilage laws in Pennsylvania and stuff. The town that his parents live in, they have literal trash police, and you are not allowed to put your bins out on the curb until the morning of pickup.
Right.
Okay. So something tells me that law enforcement went onto their private property to obtain that piece of trash, and if that's the case, and it wasn't collected properly, they went and took it without a warrant from the actual private property.
Right.
That trash is going to get tossed.
So let me chime in here with something about the trash. This is something I found really strange. Just because we know that these places are 2,500 miles apart. Okay.
Yeah.
So they're trying to state that they got the DNA out the trash on the 27th and had a valid match by the 28th all the way in Idaho. Did they private jet this shit back over there?
I don't believe that either.
That's like a 24-hour time span.
They teleported it over to Idaho, Jules, is what they did.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to make us believe. Because when I saw the 27th, they got it out the trash. They had a positive ID of, this person's DNA has to be the father of the suspect. Like 24 hours to go 2,500 miles and do all the appropriate testing. No, there's no way.
No, it doesn't make sense at all.
Not even that. But now you have Ann Taylor saying, "Wait a minute, excuse me, Detective Payne. When did you interrogate my client? And if so, where's the body cam?"
That's right.
I want all the notes and I want the body cam.
That's right.
Because from what we understand, Brian was never interviewed before he left Washington.
He wasn't.
Maybe he was, but I don't think he was, because that would be an interview, not an interrogation.
Right.
And specifically asking for body cam video of the interrogation with her client.
Right.
They never.
The only time that could have occurred would have been in Pennsylvania in the 15 minutes that he spoke to law enforcement before he requested counsel.
Yeah. When he said, "Has anybody else been arrested yet? And I can't wait to be exonerated for this."
But I don't even think he said that.
Well,
and here's why.
That's what they're saying.
Here's why I think that. Because if you have Payne in Pennsylvania interrogating the suspect, doesn't have his body cam on,
right,
isn't taking notes,
right,
he's not even supposed to be there.
That's correct.
Outside his jurisdiction.
That's correct.
Okay, it should have been Pennsylvania State Police questioning him, not Payne.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
that's a fact.
Yeah, situation here where this detective on this case flew across the country with the FBI and then meet up with Pennsylvania, with PSP. And even if he was with them on the raid, even if he was with them when Brian was taken into custody, Payne should not have been interrogating him.
No, and that's
if he did.
Why wasn't the FBI interrogating him? That's my question.
Yeah, my big point too.
Well, but they were there.
The FBI was just assisting. So at that point, the FBI had no jurisdiction over it either. The people with jurisdiction at the time were Pennsylvania State Police, because they were serving the search warrant for the suspect.
Right.
So the only people who would have been allowed to take him into custody, put him in a cell, be PSP.
Yeah. Okay.
So what could happen to the case if that's the case? If he flew over there and he interviewed them without cam?
That whole was anybody else arrested? I honestly, at this point, would not doubt it.
Right.
If that came from Payne himself. If it came came from Payne himself. I shit you not. That's
Right.
what I think.
I get it. Jules had another question, Annie, real quick. Go ahead, Jules.
So what could possibly happen if that is the case? If it is true that he flew over there and investigated him in a whole different jurisdiction, in a whole different state than he's authorized to do this in prior to that little window before he ended up with an attorney, if there really is like an investigation by this cop that doesn't have jurisdiction, and they can prove, obviously they have some sort of proof that this happened or she wouldn't be asking for it. Is that another one of those like technical things that could throw this case?
Well, I mean, yeah, it could come to a situation where you have an officer, a detective who broke protocol, flew across the country, assisted in taking down the suspect, interrogated the suspect, possibly with no body cam, right? Like that,
Right.
even that alone. Interrogations are always supposed to be filmed and videoed, and everything is transcribed.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, correct.
At that point, right, for all we know, you were threatening the suspect. This is the whole point of recording everything, is to ensure that the cops aren't, coercing.
Right,
people.
right.
And, so the whole point of videoing everything is to protect not only the officer, but also protect the suspect or the witness. That way it's known they weren't coerced, they weren't promised something, they weren't, right.
Right.
So this guy, that's what I'm saying. The thing that pisses me off probably the most about this entire case is if Brian is the guy and you have these lead detectives over here just fumbling and bumbling and stumbling their way through this, along with Moscow PD. Like, you have Moscow Police Department sending the sheet to ISP. ISP sends it back, and what does MPD do? They skip the FBI, and they outsource it to a lab in Texas. It doesn't make any sense.
No.
At that point, even if your ISP, even if your state police lab is telling you, hey, we only got like this, there's not much on it, okay? This is all we got from it. At that point, because you already have the FBI at your disposal, the FBI has offered you all resources.
Right.
Whatever you need will help you with. You're going to go to them with that sheet, and you're going to say, our lab couldn't find anything, hoping you can.
Right.
Period. End of story. There would be no reason to skip the premier law enforcement agency of the country and outsource it to a lab in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Even if the FBI couldn't do anything with it, the FBI would ship it off to Quantico.
Yeah, that's true.
You could utilize like the Florida Bureau. They have their labs down there, which are like state of the art.
Right.
So you have multiple other agencies that all work together on things like this that are, federal agencies. It makes no sense you'd outsource it to a private startup.
Right.
I was actually about to say something about that.
That's so was I. That's why I put it up.
Yeah, because I don't see a single warrant. I don't see a single warrant about anything DNA related that they've released to the public on the website. It's all about his digital data.
That's it.
And none of them are going to Texas. There's one for Coeur d'Alene, and then I think Moscow State Police lab. But there's nothing about it being sent out. But then you also have to question, okay, well, where is it then? Because they did something, because in this third supplemental request, Anne is asking for the genealogy information. So there's some relevance there to the genealogy testing that we are hearing about. But as for this strange startup lab in Texas just magically having a space in this, we haven't seen the paper trail for that. And that would be even kind of stranger to me, because we're hearing that they sent the DNA from Pennsylvania to Idaho to be tested. So where in the hell did the Texas lab even come into play?
Yeah, right. And I'd almost mentioned it.
Not only that, but even Anne is saying, not only does she want just like the stuff from the lab, she wants
the people that tested it
and every lab tech, including their emails and text messages.
Yep, every bit of it. I said that the other day. Yeah. Anybody that touches this, she wants their whole life. Period. End of story. So 100%.
And look, I've thrown it out there in chats and stuff, and I'll say it. I don't care. There's a part of me that's like, I wonder if anybody from MPD knows someone at the Texas lab. Maybe that's what she's trying to figure out. Is somebody buddy?
That's
somebody over there, somebody buddy with a lab tech.
Yes.
There are so many elements to this case that just scream, what is the word that I want to be very careful about?
Bullshittery. My favorite one. It screams bullshittery. That's what it screams. This entire case is nothing but a disgusting circus.
Right.
It screams.
Yeah, absolutely.
Massive. There is something much darker.
Deeper too. Yeah.
Deeper, I'll say deeper, that appears to be being covered up. And now if I'm wrong, that's fine. I'll take it. I'm fine with being wrong.
Here's the thing. And I say the same thing, Annie, that you just said. I say it all the time. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I'm saying it now. But how can we all be wrong? How can we all be wrong?
I'm ill of the victims. I'm not. I'm focused on like documentation. I'm focused on paperwork. I'm focused on that stuff. And from somebody who knows how these things are supposed to go.
Yeah, and we've all seen.
Being asked for.
We've all seen this. That's why we've all been doing what we're doing with these think tanks that we do on this, so on and so forth. We can't all be wrong, okay? Because there's too many of us that are thinking the same way for it all to be wrong, and that's just my.
And also, too, here's how I look at it. If Brian is the guy, which I don't think he is, I'm straight up and say it. I truly think that this dude has been set up.
I feel the same way.
Jump. I think he was handpicked on purpose, because he was looking into some shit he shouldn't have been looking into. He was poking his nose where it don't belong.
Yeah.
Personally, what I think.
Kill two birds with one stone.
But if I'm wrong and he is the guy, well then why all the missteps? Why all the fumbles?
Especially in a case.
Skipping around. Why all the what's the word I'm looking for here? Why all the secrecy and bullshit?
And that's it.
Need all the secrecy and bullshit.
Especially in a case like this. This should be, if you have your man cut and dry, boom, 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 get it out there, get it done, do it right, and be done with it. This is a high profile case, which in turn means you have to have everything done just the right way. And they're doing the exact opposite of that. Okay. I would not doubt, if it comes down to it, with the stuff that's supposed to be sent over to Ann Taylor, that it comes out to say that it was lost next. Okay. That wouldn't surprise me.
Right.
It wouldn't at this point.
No, that's what I mean. I wouldn't doubt it if she starts getting things back. Like, we don't have that.
Yep.
We don't have that information.
I agree. I agree.
If you don't have you interrogated this suspect at some point and you didn't even record.
Yeah, that's
really
probably going to happen
the way that
too.
I look at it is I only have two conclusions from what I read in these documents from MPD and the officers involved. You are either incredibly incompetent or you're complicit.
Right.
Because it's the only two things here. Or you're even not necessarily directly involved, but I guess the way that I look at it is, if there is some crooked stuff going on and you're told, as the lead detective, cover this shit up. I mean, I guess that's what you're going to do, right? You're going to follow orders. Somebody tells you to cover the shit up, you're going to cover the shit up.
Yeah. I agree.
And that's how a lot of these the corruption, unfortunately, runs deep up there. You know.
Right. Absolutely.
It's a fact. I mean, it's something that everybody up there knows. Between Pullman and Moscow, they're all pretty well aware that, there's a lot of corruption going on up there between the colleges and the cops and the this and the that, and it's scary.
Right.
It's scary to think about, because if he's not the guy, okay, well then that means the people or persons who did this are still out there.
Yeah.
And you have the wrong guy.
Yeah.
And that's terrifying.
It is. I agree,
or
Annie.
you have the right guy, and he's going to get off on all these technicalities because you fumbled the ball from the time it was thrown to you.
the whole case. You're right. Absolutely.
That's what scares me the most, is if he is the right guy. If he is the right guy, but he's going to be able to get off. Now, like I said, I don't think he is.
Right.
Personally.
I agree.
But
I agree. 100%.
I'm okay with being wrong, and if he is the right guy, I don't want to see him get off.
No, 100%. Yeah, of course.
Things weren't done correctly.
And that's it right there. 100%. I agree. And I absolutely appreciate you calling in, Annie. I always love having these talks with you. I love your insight. I love I love listening to you talk, and I love hearing what you have to say on this case, especially. You always have.
Well, I appreciate you having me on. I haven't been able to talk to anybody in a couple of weeks. I've been so busy. So thanks for having me on.
Oh, absolutely. You're always welcome here. You know that. Always, always. I mean, I'm sure Mama Bear, Jules can agree. Jules had plenty of questions for you. I love listening to what you have to say.
Yeah,
like I said, your insight is always right there, on key, on point, and I love listening to it. And I really appreciate you so very much. And again, understand, you're welcome.
Well, I hope everybody takes some time to really look at what Anne's putting out.
Yeah.
Take your time to really read those things over, and some things will really, you may have more questions, but I think more things will make sense.
Right.
So.
Right. Absolutely. Again, thank you so very much, Annie. And I, again, understand you're welcome to call in any time, and can't wait to hear from you again. Okay.
Thanks so much. You guys have an awesome day.
You too, hon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. Annie, thank you again so very much for that. I appreciate it. Like I said, Annie's insight and the way she looks at things and digs on things is so awesome, guys. It really is. And the questions you were asking, Jules, were absolutely amazing. I appreciate that as well.
No problem. She made me think.
She does. She does that with everybody. Whenever she talks about things, she does it to me all the time. I agree, Christine. She is great. I love listening. So, folks, where were we at? Okay. Back to this now. Are you still there, Mama Bear?
Yes.
All right. You have control of this. I don't.
That's great.
Okay. And everybody, my apologies. That was a long-winded call, but it was well worth it, guys. There's a lot that came out of that, and a lot to think about, like she said. Yeah, every time I talk to her, she gets me rolling back into things, gets me thinking about things. Jules said the same thing. She makes you think, and I love that. I really do, and it helps a lot in a lot of these think tanks. It really does. So, all right.
Do you need it?
I can see it. Okay. So, guys, here we are again, back to this affidavit. Okay. Now, as I've said multiple times, the verbiage is important, and this is a mess, in my opinion. And I guess we just start from up here. Okay. The way that this was worded, she was right about that. This is definitely somebody that, the way this was written and all that. So let me see here. Let me see where I want to start. This stuff here is not that important. Can you move down, like go down or scroll down, Mama Bear? I'm sorry. Okay. On November 13th at approximately 4 p.m., Moscow Police Department Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 King Road. See, that's been a problem for me. Like, why is this not written from the date of the first responders to the scene or the time? I mean, I've never understood that. Do you guys have a comment about that at all?
I'm just as baffled as you are.
Yeah, that's 4 hours after the 911 call. I don't understand that part, or why when they're first getting there 4 hours later, ISP is just now starting to set up to prepare to begin processing the scene. That's 4 hours of crap that could have been going on. And then not allowing EMS in just makes it even more suspicious, because what are they afraid the EMS is going to see? They don't want them to see that they didn't let them in there.
Right, because, we've seen situations like this. It's not like it's going to scare anybody, because that's why we're there.
That's their job. Yeah, they know it.
That's it. That whole thing, and they're not going to touch anything. EMS workers, guys, are trained on a crime scene. You don't do this. You don't do that. You do this and you move out of the way, but you're still on scene. In everything, I've gone back and looked at cases on purpose to see how many of them included EMS. Every one of them did, except for this one. I don't get it. It makes no sense. And why does this not have Officer Gunderson and Officer Nunez's names in it.
Right. It just states like first responding body cam or some crap like that, right? Real generic. Or
That's
does it
it.
say his name? Does it say his name?
Scroll.
Says
Not in the
it's
beginning of it.
statement of Brett Payne.
No. I mean about
the
when
first
we're talking
responders.
about the first. I think it might actually say Nunez.
Down, yeah, but it should have it. The way they wrote this is a joke. That's what I'm saying. Back up.
Well, yeah, but also, why haven't they released us the first responders reports?
I don't. That's another question.
Well, if they didn't let him in the house, are they really going to have a report?
Well, EMS wasn't allowed in, but Nunez and Gunderson and blah 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 were let in. So
Yeah.
I mean, they should have something written up.
They should have should have separate reports from each one of them
That don't look as copy and pasted as this crap does. Yeah.
right. There should be one. There should each first responder that walked in that door, whether it be EMS, police, I don't care, but the doctor that lives in the neighborhood, whoever was there first, there should be a completely separate report written by each one of those persons.
Mm-hmm.
And I have not yet seen that. So again, here we are. Let's slide down through here. Processing of crane. Okay. What was it? Hereafter to King Road to assist. He responded to the house to assist with scene security and processing of a crime scene associated with 4 homicides. Upon our arrival, the Idaho State Police forensic team was on scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. I don't understand this.
Take 4 hours to start processing a crime scene.
That's what I'm saying. What did you do for 4 hours to prepare for this?
Yeah, because they're not telling us hardly anything about whatever statements they got from Dylan and Bethany. So they didn't talk to them for 4 hours to give us 2 freaking sentences.
Nothing. You're right. That's what I'm saying, guys. Right. And I told you guys, we're going to break this down to nothing and put it back together because these little pieces of things are huge differences, guys. Mm-hmm. Okay. Just like Annie just said, one mess up in here can throw the whole case out. Okay. So again, and it says MPD upon our arrival, forensic team was on scene. I read that MPD officer OFC Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene.
So it was Gunderson, Smith, and Nunez.
There was 3 of them, right? Okay. There's absolutely nothing from Officer Smith either, so that's crazy. OFC Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door to the north side of the building. OFC Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. OFC Smith directed me, I'm not saying that again, I'll just say Smith, directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room was Xana Kernoodles.
Okay, hold up. So he's saying right there that he didn't know the identity of the body that he was going to observe until he looked at her driver's license. Because why wouldn't, after 4 hours, Smith had been like, this is Xana's room. Mm-hmm. That's Xana. That's Ethan. 4 hours and this person's having to look through IDs and not just being told who the people are. That's how I'm reading that.
Yeah.
That's how I read it too.
That's how it sounds. That's why. That's the verbiage in it.
Yep.
That's what it reads. So, just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernoodles, excuse me, laying on the floor. Kernoodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Okay, so once again, we've been told multiple different stories about this, but they're saying that Xana was laying
on the floor.
Yeah, but I'm trying to. This is outside of the bedroom then, correct?
The bedroom.
Inside the bedroom. Just before the room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall. As I approached the room, I could see a body later laying on the floor. It doesn't say, though, if it was inside or outside the bedroom. It just says laying on the floor as you're approaching the room.
Oh, let me look at that.
You see what I'm saying?
Second floor, directed me down the hallway, west bedroom, second floor. Later learned, blah, 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 through the ID. Just before the room, there was a bathroom. As I approached the room, I could see a body on the floor. Oh.
Oh.
It doesn't say in or out. It just says I can see.
As I approached.
This is why I said verbiage.
Oh wait, hold on. Okay, but if you go to that sentence on the very first sentence on the next paragraph, it states also in the room was a male. So that tells you the body was in the room. Yeah.
Okay. I'm just saying, guys. Okay. Also in the room, was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin. Hereafter, go ahead, Mom, and scroll. Thank you. Chapin was also deceased with wounds, later determined. Autopsy report provided by Spokane. Okay, now that doesn't describe the wounds like hers were. It says later determined. So what is that saying? Like, did he have completely different wounds? Were there no edged weapon wounds on him?
Yeah, the difference in verbiage there is interesting. But what I also find interesting is the fact that from the beginning, we've only been like told about that idiot coroner who called and inappropriately said a bunch of stuff to Kaylee's minor sister about the wounds and stuff. But now we've got this other person over a month after the murders that apparently has an autopsy from Spokane. Where's her report?
Yep.
And why does Ethan have a separate one?
Again, guys, this is not. I don't understand this. So again, like I said, this basically kind of says by the verbiage that maybe Ethan's type of wounds are different, and this goes around to the rumor mill that's saying, did Ethan get hit in the head with something to knock him out? One of the quote unquote, one of the golf clubs maybe, or something. That's not included in here though.
Well, I think if it was golf clubs, it would be more blunt force.
But it says later determined, so maybe they had to
find that out. If you look where I scrolled down a little bit, County Medical Examiner dated December 15th to be caused by sharp force injuries.
That was redacted. Okay.
Yeah, the name is in the other affidavit.
Right.
The name of the examiner, yeah.
We will go to that one too at some point. I then followed Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Goncalves. Hereafter, Goncalves' room, I later learned from review of Officer Nunez's body cam. Okay, now stop here. All right, so there it is. It says that Nunez has body cam footage of this. Okay. Which is what they're requesting right now, the defense is. So there's that. There was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Goncalves and her ex-boyfriend, Jack.
I wish it stated if the damn door was open or not with the dog inside.
And here's my thing. Don't you think that all of these things should be way more detailed than they are?
Yeah, they should.
I mean, in a case like this, everything needs to be, down to the direction you're walking, in my opinion, but it is what it is.
But the thing with this is that really the first responders reports is the ones that would have all the details I feel like we're all looking for, because we want to know if doors were open, if they were shut, if the dog was running around, because if there's no blood on the dog, then the first thing that you would think is the damn thing was locked up in a room somewhere, because that dog would have been all over Kaylee and would have had blood all over the dog.
Exactly.
These are facts. Yes, this should be coming, guys, to be honest with you. This should be coming, well, for instance, from Nunez stating, as I walked north into the room, did this, that, and everything else. I that's how this should be written, but it's not even close.
Very technical, but it's not at all.
So moving again, found Decor. I found out from my interview with Decor on November 13th, 2022, at what time, that should be in here too, that he and Goncalves shared the dog. Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's. Hereafter, Mogan bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in the single bed in the room. Both Goncalves and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side.
And see, this is where the verbiage is different in the other one, because in this one he's stating, "Oh, I saw it," but in the other one he's saying, "It was brought to my attention by ISP that there was a sheath."
Right. Now,
No, not Mr. Payne or Detective Payne told me, hey, there's a sheath over here. No, he's saying ISP. So one of these two is lying.
that's right. That's a fact, folks. That's why we're doing this. That's exactly it right there. This brings me to wonder, not to go back into the hole again. What, it makes you question the knife sheath and its positioning, and if it was there, and who saw it? How did they see it? How did they see it? What position was it in when they saw it? That's what I'm saying. Like, none of that is, it just, ugh. Anyway, the sheath was later processed and had K-Bar, USMC, the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and Anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA suspect profile left on the snap or the button snap of the knife sheath. Idaho State Lab. Okay. Anyway, as part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department officers, Idaho State Police detectives, and FBI agents. 2 of the interviews included BF and DM. Both BF and DM were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides and were roommates to the victims. BF's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. Based on numerous interviews conducted by MPD officers, and see, that again is something that should be detailed more, as in numerous interviews conducted by such and such an officer and such an officer, okay?
Right.
Because then you'll know who spoke to who and who what was said to that specific person, but it's not. ISP detectives and FBI agents, as well as my review of evidence, I have learned the following. Can't even spell it right. On the evening of November 12, 2022, Chapin and Kernoodle are seen by BF at the Sigma Chi house on the University of Idaho campus, 7:35, okay, from approximately 9 p.m. on November 12th to 1:45 a.m. On November 13th, BF also estimated that at approximately 1:45 a.m., Chapin and Kernoodle returned to the King Road residence. BF also stated that Chapin did not live in the King Road residence, but was a guest of Kernoodle. And, there lies the issue that everybody's talked about, how Xana said to her father they were home at midnight watching a movie, blah, 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 blah. And I explained why that could be what it is, but that has no bearing on what we're reading right now. Excuse me again. Goncalves and Mogan were at a local bar. That I hate the way this is written. Like, they're just so like, I'm trying to can't even think of the right word. Like, it's just like a kindergarten book. You know what I mean? It's so basic. Goncalves and Mogan were what'd you say?
I said copy and paste.
Yeah, well, 100%.
Fill in the blank. Something like
Yeah, that's what it reminds me of. Fill in the blank. Goncalves and Mogan were at a local bar, the Comer Club. Jesus. At 202 North Main Street in Moscow. Goncalves and Mogan can be seen on video footage provided by the Comer Club between 10 p.m. on November 12th and 1:30 a.m. on November 13th. 13th at approximately 1:30 a.m. Goncalves and Mogan be seen on video at a Goncalves and Mogan, can be seen on video at a local food vendor called The Grub Truck at 318 South Main Street in downtown Moscow. The Grub Truck live streams video from their food truck on the streaming platform Twitch, which is available for public viewing on their website. This video was captured by law enforcement. A private party reported that he provided a ride to Goncalves and Mogan at approximately 1:56 a.m. There is absolutely zero detail in this, guys, about what went on, about how long they were there, this and that and everything else. All that stuff is important.
Well, it actually says Fruck.
Yeah, I know. I just said that, actually.
I know. I thought maybe like you had misspoken because I wasn't looking. I was helping my daughter with one of her assignments, and I looked over. I was like, wow, it actually says that. And then I see there's another misspelling. Like, they didn't even send this through spell check.
No, they didn't do anything with this,
This
and
is the
it's
most
so
inappropriate.
vague.
Jesus.
This is the
Yeah.
vaguest report I've ever seen in my life. It
And
really
it's
is.
so horribly
Town.
vague.
Yeah, the food truck on the
I'm
streaming
gonna like
platform.
I compared stuff before, but now I'm gonna go back and even like they both misspelled amino acid or whatever it is. It's like amino with a D instead of
Yep.
the way that they spelled it, and they both misspelled it wrong. Now I'm gonna go back and check
Yeah.
for all of the misspelled words because that's hilarious.
There's a lot throughout this one alone. A private party reported that he provided a ride to Goncalves and Mogan at approximately 1:56 a.m. from
Yep, say this one.
Dimventown, Moscow, in front of the grub truck to the King Road residence. So irritating. Moving on. DM and BF both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were home by 2 a.m. I'd like to know who they made those statements to. And asleep or at least in their rooms by approximately 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Kernoodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. So that verbiage there is basically telling us that Xana went and got her DoorDash herself.
I mean, it says received,
Right.
but I mean that could easily mean that the dasher put it on the door and just said,
Well,
"Hey, there it is." I guess
that's what we were told, though. They said that it was a leave at the door. It wasn't a hand-to-hand contact scenario. So
Okay, so then that still leaves to question why everyone still thinks it's Jack in the Box. Because if that Jack in the Box bag was inside the house on the kitchen looking old as hell, then how could it have been like just delivered at the door? They would have had like no time to even answer the door and even open that bag with the timeline that we've been given.
Based on the timeline, 100%. That's the problem I've had with this from the beginning. Yes. It doesn't make sense at all. So that will put Xana out of her bedroom in the door area, we'll just say, okay, at 4 a.m. Guys, remember that, as you guys already know that. But then we have other things that are coming in at the same time. Never made sense to me. So anyway, law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. Okay. DSM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated, wait a minute, DSM?
Where I don't see. I'm glad we're doing this because I have read these. Like I'm not even kidding, thousands of times probably at this point, and I don't remember it ever stating DSM before.
Me either.
I mean, I'm sure it's just the initial for her middle name, but that's a bit odd. Unless idiot keyed it and it's a mistake.
But again, why haven't they? If it's supposed to be her middle initial, it's not anywhere else in here.
Yeah, and they've done so much protection of their names, or they try to anyway. Why would they slip a middle initial in there? Okay.
Just in that one line, too. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Wow. DSM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Goncalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. Sorry, guys. A short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Goncalves say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernoodle's phone showed this could have also been Kernoodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m.
So see, I've had a couple of different thoughts on what that could be. Now that could either be, oh shit, I hear someone in my house, or that could have been Kaylee being like, oh, there's someone here, like they just saw lights because they're, we have that DoorDash order coming in. So she could have been like, oh, someone's here, like the car just pulled up.
Right.
It could go for DoorDash with the time frame or for something else, because at this point we don't really know.
Or she heard someone walk in the house downstairs or something.
Right. It could either be someone she physically hears inside the house that she doesn't understand there should be someone in the house, or she saw headlights of a car pulling up.
Exactly. And again, so very vague. So, That was 4:12 a.m. DM stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not. Okay, well, there we go. Looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. Now, see, that's where that changes, though. If you back up, where did it go? Looked on the look down. Showed this could have been.
Because, like, didn't we hear her say, hey, the doorbell rang? I heard the doorbell ring. I heard Xana get up to go get the DoorDash from the door. Like, if that was really a situation, shouldn't we see those details here?
And that's what I'm saying. Like, this statement, there's someone here, and then going down here where it says when she heard, go back down, Mama Bear, please. When she heard, whoa. No, I mean, go back up. Sorry about that. I meant the other direction. My apologies. When she heard the comment about someone being in the house. So those two statements don't match, okay? Because they didn't say up top that there was somebody in the house. It was just somebody was here. And like you were explaining, that's too vague. So DM stated she opened her door a second. Go ahead and go down or up. Opened a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernoodle's room. DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernoodle's bedroom. Again, more details should be involved in that. And Mama Bear, would you feel okay reading this? I have to use the bathroom real fast.
Yeah.
All right, go for it. And I will be right back, guys. Thank you.
DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene.
See, I'm just still trying to, I guess I'm still trying to figure out, like, what exactly about what this person looked like besides being 5'10"-ish. Because that's, and somebody, I don't remember where I saw this comment at, but Dylan is not short. So someone who is a certain height is going to look different to somebody who's a certain height. Like someone who's 5'10" is going to look a lot more giant to me because I'm like 5'4" than someone that's as tall as Dylan. So I almost feel like this entire description of the height situation is on perspective.
Yeah.
And then how do you know for sure that it was a male if they're in all black, your house is dark, because y'all were apparently all in y'all's bedrooms, all going to sleep in your bedrooms, then obviously you're not leaving lights on in the house. So if it's dark, they're in all black, how can you actually tell if it's a male or not?
Exactly. That was my whole argument when Dago and I talked about it and stuff. I was like, how do we know it's actually a male?
Aussie 12 made a, sorry, I'm eating pickles. I'm sorry if y'all just heard that. That okay. Aussie 12 made a good point. Doesn't even mention possible race.
Oh, yep.
And that's usually a very identifying factor in these things, especially whenever they're stating this is who I saw in my house. So that's a good point.
Yeah,
it is a very good point.
And think about that until now. Good job.
And like I said the other day, guys, and I'm not accusing and saying that it is her, but I pulled up a picture of Emma, okay, and put my hand over the face, and I was like, "Whoa, dang!" She looks like a female version of Brian. Okay.
Yeah,
She's got
for
the
sure.
eyebrows, the facial structure, everything. So who's to say that this wasn't a woman? That was a problem for me from the beginning. But whatever. Moving on.
Oh, hey, publicly buzzed. I haven't been paying attention to the comments till now. I just saw that he was in here.
What's up, Steve? I didn't either. Thanks for joining us, brother.
All right, now pay close attention to the wording in this paragraph. The combination of DM's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, and video of a suspect video are described below leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m.
Thanks, brother.
So not considering a statement from Bethany.
Well,
a video of a suspect video.
Yeah, this has bothered her from the beginning, Jules.
It has. This drives me crazy. I think it's supposed to be suspect vehicle.
Mm-hmm. So go down to show the next paragraph, because try to keep them both on there, because it says as described below. So are they talking about the well, in this they start talking about the damn foot shoe print. So they don't even talk about a video described below. So yeah, you really can't tell what they're talking about right there, can you?
No, you can't.
But you're not going to take a video of a suspect's video.
No, that's why she said
it. Hey, can you wait a minute? You just killed my friend. Can you wait a minute? Let me, take a video.
Okay, right. So that would almost make it seem as if the video of the suspect's video would be on one of the girls' phones.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. Based on the sound of that, yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
I think that's what the exculpatory evidence is.
Well, and if that's the case, then that's just they've had it.
Yep.
They've had it since the date of the deaths, if that's the case.
Right.
So why aren't they giving it over?
That, because that is definitely a little odd. Like, I could see if they started automatically describing the traffic cameras and all that other drama right after this, but they're not. So they're not giving me any context. Yeah, that's weird.
And Van Life says 100% about Emma Bailey.
Looking like a male Brian.
Yeah, it's very. But then again, we've seen all of the very bushy eyebrowness of that area. So there's a lot. There's a lot. Based off of that description, honestly, the one bushy eyebrow dude in the video of Banfield could have been like the one in the field, and homeboy was just so messed up the night before that he didn't recognize it was his own homeboy looking for whatever they got rid of too. Like maybe they both went back. It's strange how many bushy eyebrows
they talked about doing. You're 100% correct.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, that has driven me nuts for.
Yeah, I can see why, man. I can see why. And why are they? This is another thing I'm trying to understand. If in the same exact affidavit they tell us that suspect vehicle number 1 was seen speeding out of the neighborhood at 4:20, why are they ending this time cap at 4:25, which is 5 minutes later? Because 5 minutes is already like a majority of the time frame they're telling us that he was inside even doing this to begin with. So it's strange that they have an extra 5 minutes here, but then at the end it's like, oh, he was out of the entire area by 4:20. So why isn't it from 4 to 4:20?
That's a good point. I didn't catch that.
I hate the way this is written. They should both just be fired based off of this.
Right. Okay, so during the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material.
Yeah, and I think it was the Opinionated Idiot. I think they were talking about this not long ago. And I feel like he's correct in what he stated. If this wasn't seen until the second time, that means it wasn't visible the first time, which means somebody would have had to clean it up, because they wouldn't have bothered doing any testing on it if the first presumptive blood test didn't come back positive. Right. So that meant that red blood stain somehow was just missing.
Yeah.
Yeah, none of it makes sense. Like, I don't see how they can give us all this information and then think that we're crazy when we question this stuff. Like, you're giving it all to us. What do you mean? I don't. Yeah.
Yeah. It's the detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans type shoe sole just outside the door of DM's bedroom. Located on second floor, this is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel.
Wait,
As
suspect's path of travel. Okay, so for that they only mean like the person passing by her door, because as far as I can tell, the last time that we even got anything from them, they still were undecided on which way the person actually left the house. So this just must
that
be
hasn't been.
this one. But see, this doesn't even necessarily mean to me that whoever passed her door would have been the one to place that, because that freaking person obviously didn't have time to turn around and wipe up their bloody footprint.
Right.
So, hold on. DM's room is on the second floor. Okay, never mind. I'm getting myself confused.
But yeah, that doesn't really tell me that the person that walked by DM's door left that, because if they're trying to state, oh, well, this person was walking towards the back slider, so we're just going to assume, because we don't know, that they walked out the door then and there, that person wouldn't have had time to come back and clean up that bloody shoe print. So who cleaned it?
Right.
Yeah.
Paige, hold on 1 second, guys. Paige said, Annie Pox, oh my God, I can't. What did you hear, Paige? And somebody asked which PCA we're reading from. This is the first one, correct?
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Right, that was the one that was released first.
Right. Yeah. What was it that you heard, Miss Paige? Inquiring minds want to know. Does anyone know why Kaylee moved home 2 weeks before the murders, which meant she would have had to drive from her mom's house to school every day? Don't make sense to me.
Wow, no. I don't believe she was actually. I don't know if she was taking classes anymore, because she had gotten a badass job. Like, she had moved out because she was about to head it over to Austin, to Texas, conveniently.
Yes,
with
was done. She was getting ready to graduate.
Yeah, she was basically finished. Yeah.
In fact, graduation was the Tuesday for her after this happened.
Yeah, I did have people commenting on that, but they did have, from what I can understand from the little clips from the Good Morning America interview, they still had, I believe, the brother walk at the actual graduation for her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very sad to me.
Apparently, they heard something on another channel.
I'm trying to get Paige to tell us what she heard. I don't know.
Hashcats wants us to think that Lieutenant Dan did it.
One leg hopping around the house.
Oh, wait, no, Lieutenant Dan had no legs. Never mind.
I was like, wait a minute.
That's it, too. Just that they said they would give their channel up if BK is not the guy, and all of this speculation and accusing of the victims of selling drugs. Oh, my God.
Who said that?
Somebody in another channel.
Steve's laughing.
Nobody's accusing the victims. It was said that Xana used to, but that was said that, yeah, you know what I mean?
I mean, it's just a simple fact. These were college kids, and they're not as innocent as people want to think they are. And just because somebody did something stupid doesn't mean they deserved what happened. So if we're talking about something that's being talked about, it's perfectly fine that we're having those conversations.
Exactly. Nobody's victimizing somebody. That's a fact. That's ridiculous. Whoever's channel that is, that's ridiculous. Anyway.
I mean, if that's the case, then please just go ahead and give it up now, because you don't have a space in true crime if that's how ridiculously biased you're going to be, honestly.
Right. Don't Dive said Kaylee was living in Texas. She came back to the house just for the weekend.
She wasn't living in Texas already. She was at her parents' house because she had just got that vehicle, and she went back and forth about even going to visit Maddie, and the conversations were had with her family about it. So as far as we knew, she was actually at her mom and dad's house.
Right.
Okay.
She finished school. She went to her mom. She went home. Okay. She hung out with them. She came back to show off the car and basically tell everybody goodbye. She loved them all and was going to graduate Tuesday. And she was gone, folks. She was going backpacking in Europe. And then she got that great job in Texas.
Yep.
And she was going off to start her life. And that was that. That's how that happened. So, and that came from her family.
And that right there is the biggest reason why Jack was looked at so far, like so closely in the beginning, because of that situation with her life moving forward without him right there. So I understand from just that why people thought so hardly about Jack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it makes sense.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Where are we at now?
As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvass, was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This video canvass was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, in the area of the King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods, in an effort to locate the suspect or suspects or suspect vehicles traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. This video canvass resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with the other
Can you please
IVFFD.
explain to me the jumble of letters that states? Because I cannot see that from here.
IVFFD, whatever the hell that means.
Crap. I'm so done with these guys.
Officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate.
Prove it. I want them to show us that. I don't believe them. I really just don't. It's dark. You can't even tell if the vehicle's white, if it's silver, if it's gray, if it's beige, if it's any sort of other light color in this grainy ass footage that you're getting. Because even though they think we've landed on the moon, we have horrible CCT footage. It just makes no sense. They haven't showed us any of this.
That car doesn't even. You're right, and that car doesn't even look like what the hell that doesn't look like an Elantra, guys.
We've already had so many issues with it, like with the footage of him getting pulled over, it coming back as the wrong vehicle then before this was even a situation, so that's odd. And now this, why couldn't they have just showed us this footage? Why couldn't they have given us a screenshot of Ring doorbell with him at this neighborhood, or traffic cam from them this street, or security footage from this business? Why couldn't they show us that?
Right. Steve's got a good point and said, I want to see that WSU campus footage.
Yes.
100%.
Yeah,
Steve.
me too, man.
100%. They haven't shown us anything, and they're stating that these are major pieces of evidence and proof. Where? I don't see it. I don't get it. Welcome, Chemistry Queen. Great to have you as part of the family. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, welcome. So, a review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. So, where's that other 5 minutes, Jules?
Yeah, that's why I'm curious about their phones, because if their phone data gives it an additional 5 minutes, what about that additional 5 minutes is so specific?
Right. So,
well, guys, I guess the other channel's laughing at us, thinking that Brian has any innocence. So I guess we're funny. Oh well.
Can we get the name of this channel or somebody email it to me? Because if y'all know anything about me, I don't play this vagueness. If someone is being ridiculous, I'd love to know who it is.
Well, we're a little bit more professional than that. So.
Oh, I know, but I like to know the channels that I need to stay away from.
No, you're right. I agree with you on that part of it, 100%.
Yeah.
It's just that we don't do that.
Steve said, I bet they have 20 viewers.
Oh well.
Actually, you know what, Dago?
Oh,
there
T-Rev.
was someone that I just had to block because they
Oh,
were
yeah?
coming into your channel whenever I would be in the comments or talking. And this person has hated me since Kylie Rodney. He's an idiot. Big idiot.
Oh,
He started a bunch
who
of
is-
problems with all kind of people.
Who is it?
Can I say the name?
Yeah, absolutely.
J Rod, that J Rod moron. He comes on here.
Oh.
Yeah. He comes on. He came on here and like took some screenshots of some stuff we were talking about in the chat and then like posted it in his community tab and nobody reacted and no one cared. But I'm like, you're like from behind, like stalking what we're talking about so you can like get attention off
He's the
top of
same.
shit.
Yeah, he's the same guy that like took Michelle and like shredded her on his
Yeah.
channel.
Yeah, he's an
For
idiot.
no reason. Well, he
So
also came in
apparently
here.
it's T-Rev.
It's
Oh.
T-Rev. Well, I don't give him
Okay.
any sort of credence whatsoever.
I mean, so be it. You know, I have no issues with him, but whatever.
Yep.
I'm sorry
So
that you
he
don't
said
agree
he'll
with us.
give
bro.
up his channel if Brian is not the guy. That's a bit ridiculous, but go off.
It is what it is. He's innocent until proven guilty. I've been saying that the whole time. So there's no
Exactly.
difference. No change, no more said not him. Or do you mean not him as in that's not him, or no, not him, like, oh God, not him? He's well, whatever. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Moving on. It is what it is, guys. It is what it is. I've never said anything nasty about him. I've always been polite.
Nope.
So whatever.
And we never will.
No, I won't. I just won't. You know what I'm saying? I don't do that kind of thing. But here's the point, folks. The man at this point is innocent until proven guilty. So nothing we've looked at has proven him guilty to me. So therefore, in turn, it is what it is. There's nothing else to say about it.
And we're not the only ones that think that. I feel like it's more on the side of y'all are not showing us enough than, oh, no, he did it. I think there's more of us that are questioning things than people that are just falling for the narrative.
Listen, there's been people, when Brian was first arrested, people went and said, oh, okay, we got a guy. There's a guy. There's something for, because there was so long before we knew anything. Everybody jumped on board and said, okay, they got a guy. Boom, boom, boom. There it is. Whatever. Okay, moving on. They have yet to show me enough evidence to say that he is the person that did this. The stupid little touch DNA on the button is what the issue is. Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't bother. That's not a big deal to me.
And I know why. I know why he's doing this, because Detective John has told him that this is who it is. This is where it is. Don't even get me started on that. But that's what this is all about. That's what this is all about. So I'm just going to tell you to go ahead and move on now.
Okay. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle. Did I read that already? Yes, I did.
Yeah.
These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by the 1122 King Road residence and then leave via Walenta Drive. Based off of my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a 4th time, approximately 4:04 a.m. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 King Road, number 52, and then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. Goodness.
Lots of movement.
Yeah. In a matter of few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Walenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of the area and review of camera footage in the neighborhood, that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame.
This is a reminder.
Of the area and review of the camera footage in the neighborhood, that does not.
But remember, they have the same knowledge. They have
Right.
the same experience.
I'm like, wait a minute, what? During that time frame, I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. Palouse River Drive is at the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Pullman, Washington is approximately 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho. Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth.
Bebveen them. This is freaking hysterical. See, when I'm going through these and I'm like writing down notes, I'm not paying attention to these stupid grammatical problems or these spelling errors because I'm only looking for the real details that matter to the case, right? But I'm so glad that we're doing this because, oh my God, this is horrible. Like, you can't run spell check, bro. You can't take 5 seconds to hit the spell check button to not look like a fool. Like, you're making the entire police department look like a bunch of immature, uneducated idiots.
Seriously. Oh, bevin them. Alrighty.
Ridiculous.
Wow.
Wow.
And then I swear the 10 isn't a 10. It looks like an I and an O.
I thought so too.
Like,
that's why I kind of stuttered. I was like,
I don't understand.
10 minutes?
Look, I-O. That's an I-O, bro. That's an I.
I think I'm going to have my granddaughter rewrite this for them.
Yeah, I might do
She's in first grade. She'll be good.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you, Heather. And Chief, my brother, I appreciate that so very much. Just saw an early Chronicles of Olivia video when BK was arrested. She said there were 2 other suspects, Dylan White and Jason Elkins. That blew my mind. Did these names ever resurface?
I think I have an answer for this. So whenever the announcement that he was arrested was first made, because I made the mistake of posting the wrong photo. On Twitter, there was another guy's photo going around. He was like shorter, skinnier faced.
We all did that
on air. Yeah, because that's what was being posted. So we took it as what it was. But those names were coming out in association with that guy, not Brian, as far as I can remember.
Yeah, because the one guy got arrested at the exact same time for something completely different. So we made that mistake and called him, which we corrected in our stream. But initially there was 3 people. I don't think they really, honestly, Chief, I don't think they had anything to do with this at all. Because I've never heard those names again after that. So
yeah, me neither.
And initially we looked it up, and the Dylan White guy, he looked like he was interesting looking. I'll put it that way, but I don't think it was him.
So someone in the chat got my attention to read a previous comment about the golf club situation.
We're at
it says on mine it says it was at 3:01. It's from Anne.
Okay.
Yeah,
I just saw that.
A golf club makes with the putter end, and if the putter end breaks off. So I guess maybe she's talking about the fact that Ethan's wounds were like sharp force. I guess that could be like a
that's a good point.
Thing. That's a good point, because I've been so curious about why the hell did they take the golf clubs into evidence? And
I agreed. It was either used as a defensive weapon or it was the offensive weapon, Yeah,
one of the two, because there'd be no reason to bring them in.
No. And the same goes with, that was another question I had. Why did they keep both of Ethan's vehicles there?
The vehicle part. That's why I'm wondering about the 3.5 hours that we can now kind of say they had from the call going out to the sorority at 8:30 and the call at noon. What was going on to where maybe the vehicles were involved in that? What was being cleaned out of that house? Were those vehicles used to remove whatever it was? Because why take them into evidence?
Yep.
Right.
That's a good point, because if they're not being used, they weren't being used. Why are they being touched?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. They have to have a reason.
It never did, and I
Yeah.
never really went back to that. But
But that
Um,
kind of leads to, though, like, what else do they really have on these Ring cameras to make them think that, hey, we got to take these cars in?
and you know what? I'm glad you said that. I have had issue with this the whole time. The fact that whatever sounds were picked up on that globe or light bulb camera or whatever the hell that thing is called.
Mm.
Please tell me why. I mean, if they have it, they just haven't let it out. But if there was a sea of silent students standing there when law enforcement arrived, how did that camera not pick that up? And if it did, why haven't we seen it?
Yeah, I mean, they would be able to tell who showed up first after the call from inside the house was made
Exactly.
to whoever they got a hold of. They'd be able to see everybody. That's why I feel like there's no way that they don't know. Like, they
That's
had
what
the
I'm
victims'
saying.
phones. They had, like I mentioned, and what was proven in the very beginning of that 2020 episode, people that were finding out were calling the victims to see if it was true or not, to see if they would answer their phones. They have
Yep.
proof of hours of all this on digital data, on that camera, on any camera that they have. They see the vehicles going in and out, the people that were dropped off, picked up, everything. Why are
Yep.
they sitting here acting like it's not relevant?
That's what I'm saying. That's what makes this case so crazy.
Yeah.
These are
And
the things
yeah,
that are super important that we're not getting. I didn't mean to cut you off, Jules. Were you saying something else?
Oh, no. I just said it drives me nuts. It makes no sense to me. Like,
And said
it's
there was two
crazy.
parts to that comment. Not enough characters allowed for full comment. Let me go back up to it.
That was the first one that I saw. Okay, let me go back and check.
I'm looking now. There are two parts to that comment, Jules. Okay, hold on.
and Harlot said these typos are not in the real PCA. They were made in this edible document it's in. So how is this not the real PCA?
Because they redid it, which should not be allowed.
Oh, I was going to say, I was like, who redid it? Because I downloaded it from the court website.
She said, I don't know if Dago put it in the editable doc or if he got it that way. If he got it this is how we got it, Harlot, sadly. I don't even have, do we have the other version of this?
Yeah, it's all on the official website.
Okay.
Yeah, I can download it again and try it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you which one it is right here.
Thank you.
The Blaker, the one from Blaker is in that 166, I believe it was, page drop that we got the other day.
Yeah, Heather made a good point too, and said a broken golf club would definitely leave gouges, right? And that's exactly what Steve called them, puncture. Very large puncture marks is what Steve called these.
And Anne's other part of the comment was talking about a case of Martha Moxley. Apparently, she was killed with golf clubs, and I'm guessing the wounds match the description that we're getting about Ethan.
There we go, and we can pull that up and look at it too. But thinking about this, it makes me wonder, like what Heather said, if or even what Ann said, if the wedge or the putting end was busted off of it, it leaves like a spike basically.
Right.
And it makes me wonder, were they just gouged and stabbed with something like that, which is completely and disgustingly violent. But I mean,
well, and then you also have to think, is there any damage in the house where they would have used the kitchen bar or the wall or something like that to break it off?
Yeah, right. Or swung it and because Ethan's a big dude, swung to hit him and knock him out and then used it. Hey, Sleuthy, what's up, hon? Thanks for joining us. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I have so many questions around those golf clubs. So many.
Well, because it's been such a long period of time, and nothing has ever been said one time about that.
Well, and they've had plenty of opportunities and plenty of time that they could have come out and actually cleared up some of this crap if they really wanted to. Like I'm not stupid. Like I mention this all the time in my videos. I know damn well they watch what we're talking about. I know that they do. They have like teams of people that do nothing but watch social media and YouTube and Rumble and all them to see what's going on. They do. I don't care what anyone says. They do. So they know. They know the questions, they know the crazy, they know what we're putting together, but they're still choosing to just allow it to continue instead of releasing something or doing an update or doing anything to make it actually believable to us that they have the right guy. I know that they know that so many of us, and including several people in the college areas, don't think that this matches up. So why are they just allowing the fire to still be fueled? Why haven't they come out and done something to try to alleviate any of this?
It's almost like they're doing it on purpose.
Yeah,
For
I
whatever
always
reason,
felt like they thrive in the chaos they create. I've felt like that for a long time.
Unless they're doing it purposely so that everybody out here stays confused and doesn't know, I mean, that could make sense in that.
Yeah, but if they've got their guy, then what are they worried about?
That's a good point.
I mean, they know what they can. I know that they can't release us everything, but there's ways that certain things can be released that can answer enough questions to where a lot of this could go away. And they wouldn't be jeopardizing their case. They're physically just choosing not to.
Yeah, a good point. That is a good point. I'm sorry. What did you say, Slithy? Laugh out loud. One if th. Okay. Yeah, and Chick Antique said, I think they're scrambling right now after 3,500 people heard Dave. It probably, in a sense, I could agree with that.
Jules, you said it was 166 page.
Yeah, I believe that's the one that it was in.
We're not going to finish it.
I might actually have the page. Yeah, it's the 166 page one. I think it starts on like page 120, if I can remember my note right.
Do you remember the title of it?
Let me look. I got the page open right here. Let me see. I feel like it might have been. Oh, actually, you know what? It is not. I did not get it. I did not get it from the main website. I grabbed it from the 166 page drop that was dropped by New York Times. So I have the link right here. I'm going to send it to you in the private chat. And then Blaker's testimony, or whatever you want to freaking call it, is, it starts on page 120.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, okay. She said one of the tasks that they assigned to the FBI. I got you. That makes sense. Very true. Very true. Jen Herbeck asks, so why was the HVAC company called over there in the beginning?
Yeah, I wondered that too, bro.
Well, here's the thing. I got some information that supposedly everybody was moving out of this home at the end of this. Okay. What just happened? Oh, okay. And they were doing work inside. Okay. Painting, patching, spackling to re-rent the house. So the only thing I could put together was that they had somebody over there working on HVAC as well, so on and so forth.
They would have just allowed him to be doing all that in the middle of crime scene processing? Because that was like after the murders took place and like they were still like crime scene taped up.
Okay, see, that's what I wasn't sure of because I didn't catch it. That part of that at the beginning, I thought it was right before the murders. That's my thought. But yeah, there you go.
Yeah, because we wouldn't have had any footage of that house prior to the murders. They were irrelevant.
Unless
it was after for sure. It was like in the media stuff. Yeah.
Unless they had him in there trying to get into the ventilation system or something, maybe.
Maybe, and because see, that was one of my first theories was like maybe whoever did this was hiding in the house until like everyone was like quiet. Because that whenever I first saw that HVAC truck, that's what I thought. Like, do they think the guy was like hiding in the system and stuff? Right, and then whenever we heard that homeboy's dad, Brian's dad, worked in HVAC, I was like, oh, he would know those systems. He wouldn't know where in the house he could hide. So I was like putting that together in the beginning. I mean, it could still be relevant now for all we freaking know with the no answers that we have. But I did notice that truck and it was very curious because it was after the crime. Why would you be allowing them to be digging in your ducts unless they had to call professionals in that they could collect evidence from? Like maybe they were HVACing or doing whatever they do to like clean out certain systems and they could take that stuff with them back for testing maybe. Right.
You see what Sleuthie just said?
Yeah.
No affidavit exists. They are all riddled with typos. Yeah. Whoever did this, I'm telling you, it was like a kindergarten project or something. It's ridiculous.
Like you can't even press the spell check button. It takes no time. Like you'd think that since they know technicalities are such a problem that they would know to like be careful.
Or maybe they could have given it to somebody that could spell or read.
Or someone who cared, you know?
Yeah, somebody who cared, right.
Word does it for you. So, I mean.
Yeah, that too.
That's a good point. You don't need much anyway. That's a good point, CL. My first
Yeah, I
thought was
thought about that too.
convinced. Yeah, it could be. You never know. They called HVAC to keep. There it is. That's a good point, Hash. They called HVAC to keep the temperatures low for a few days because of
Yeah.
smells and
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
Either
yeah. I guess that's a good point.
that's a great point, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Because you guys, if you haven't dealt with that kind of stuff, I have. When it gets hot, it's bad, and I mean bad. You ain't breathing in there. So they all have some typos, but the one they are reading from a few minutes ago was, oh yeah, that was horrible, completely horrible, Sleuthy. I mean, you can't even spell the word truck. Come on. You're right. It's horrifying. It makes you wonder, like, okay, does this guy drive himself to work every day, or does his mom take him? I made a video so I could put my thoughts out. They're super short, less than a minute, so you'll have to pause to read it, but it makes sense that the killer. Oh, really?
Hmm.
Is it? I'll pull it up. I have no problem with that. Hold on, everyone.
Let me take this down for a minute.
It's on. Yeah. I'm curious to see this because that's a whole different angle to look at it, which I'm always down for that. You know that.
Yep.
Yeah, that was one of my original thoughts whenever all this first started, was that somebody was hanging out in the house waiting for
I think we all went that direction at first.
Yeah.
That they were ambushed when they walked in. Which one is it, Sleuthy? Is it the one that was made 20 hours ago? Or is it under
As quick as she gets onto that stuff, this one's probably older. The video's probably older.
She said it's super short. It's less than a minute.
Oh, so it'll be under her shorts tab. It won't be under videos.
Home videos, live playlist. I don't see any shorts here. Hold on. 1 second. Oh, I don't really ever. I can't find it. Where are her shorts? There's no shorts on here. Videos, live, playlists, community channels, and about. What the heck? I'm lost here.
Let me take a look.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Did I just mess?
Hi there. Welcome.
Yeah. Go ahead and take a look because I just clicked on the wrong. It's from 20 hours. Okay, that's the one I thought. I'm sorry.
It is. Okay, well, I was wrong. That's my bad.
No, it's okay. All right, here we go. Thank you for sharing that, Sleuthy. I appreciate it. And hold on, I always do this. Every time. It drives me nuts. There we go. And we are off.
Yeah, see, that's why whenever I was reading all that, it seems to me that the damn car was still moving around while everything inside the house was taking place. Because I mean, she's right. They don't really state how long it takes for these twists and turns and all that
Right.
stuff. But you would know, like, if they're in a busy neighborhood where we obviously see that people park on the street and whatnot, they're not going to be like super cruising They're going to
Yeah,
be going
right.
pretty slow.
Right.
So
Thank you for
that's
that,
always
Susie.
questionable. So yeah, I'm glad she put that together.
But in the very beginning of this, in the very beginning when this first dropped, we all kind of said, you know, hey, I think that they may have been waiting in the house when they came home, and boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And then we kind of like moved away from that immediately. I don't know why. I think that the car seen at 329 could be the 2011 to 2013, and the killer leaving the area. I think second car seen was. I've thought that too.
So that would be alluding to DM and Dylan and Bethany's statements being off by like an hour.
Yeah,
Because if that's the case, then I think it's two different vehicles too, man. Like I've
I said
been
that.
on
Yeah,
that forever.
they say it never goes off camera either. See?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. That's what I said. The whole timeline thing. Oh my God. Yes. 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 Excuse me.
But that's even crazier to me then, because how asleep could the girls have really been, since we know that they were busting up his phone for
I'll be
forever
honest
right
with
before
you.
that time
Listen to
frame.
me. I'll be honest with
But
you.
if the car was speeding away at 3:45, how did the murders happen between 4 and 4:20 or 25? If the
Well,
murder
I
happened
think the
right
car
away.
they're talking about is the 7-Eleven car. That
Yeah.
because the 7-Eleven car was also apparently speeding. You know, he's got to just throw the word in there. Yeah.
I've been saying for quite a long time, I don't think they were asleep.
No, they weren't. I don't care. No.
I don't
No.
think they were even in their rooms, folks. I think this is just a maybe. This is a maybe, and this is my opinion. And you can call me crazy. I don't care. It's okay. We're all allowed to have our little conspiracy things, but I don't think this is. I think they were all hanging out in the kitchen, okay? Because they had gotten food, okay? And there was a DoorDash for one group, and then there was Keely and Maddie's food. I think they were hanging out talking in the kitchen, and people walked in the house like they always do, and boom. Okay, and this is I've gotten into this already before. People think I'm nuts, okay? But that's just a thought that I've had, and that based on some things I've heard. Okay, hold on. They didn't. I think they happened right when the calls stopped to Jack.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I think they were hanging out in the kitchen, probably still calling Jack. Boom, 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 boom. Well, she said she thinks the person was already in the house, and that's very possible too. It can go either way, but I don't think they were in their rooms. I think they were in the kitchen together.
Yeah, I mean that's a possibility.
I
Because we
mean,
don't know what the first responders saw. I mean, for all we know, if there really is some sort of, and this is going to the conspiracy, if there is some sort of cover up, and we got 4 hours in between first responders not only getting there, not allowing EMS in, and then all of a sudden they pop up at 4 o'clock and start taking reports. Who's to say bodies weren't moved?
Right, and look.
thank you, Eve.
Look what's yes, Eve. Thank you so very much, my dear. Look what Sleuthy just said. Invited.
Yeah, I mean that place had an open invitation to apparently the entire 2 towns full of people.
I'm telling
And
you.
everybody has said that they don't, it's a small country town. They don't lock their doors. The kids never locked their doors. It was just, always wide open.
I think part of the problem was. I think that things started to change there. Okay. And I don't think certain people started to like that. I'll be honest with you. The whole party thing, I think Kaylee, I do have one, Sleuthy. I'm sorry, hon. You're more than welcome to call at any time. It's right here.
Let her up on the panel if she wants.
Yeah, actually, why don't you want to just jump up here and with the rest of us real quick?
It'd be easier to hear her that way.
Yeah, and then we could probably hear you better anyway. There's the link right there if you want to jump up here with us. And I do have a phone number as well. I usually have it streaming. I don't know. We got so involved in what we were talking about. But there's a link if you want to jump up here, hon. You're more than welcome. We'd love to have you and to hear your insight as well.
Michelle, we don't call people names in this
Is she
channel.
back? What's
Please
the matter?
stop. I don't know who the clowns you're referring to, but
Just calm down, Michelle. Please.
yeah, Hash says Xana was doing videos at 4:12.
TikTok. That's right.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
does that mean that she was just scrolling TikTok, or was she making one?
Maybe both.
See, I've always kind of maybe wondered if maybe that happened in attack.
She said that she was misunderstood.
I
I
don't
don't want you to get upset, Michelle. That's all. Okay. DoorDash was ordered and delivered by EB. Give her the timeline and vehicle. Yeah, Sleuthy, if you want to jump on panel, hun, you can. If you're not, just tell me, and either way, I'll put the phone number up. It's right there. Scrolling at the bottom on the ticker. Either way, whatever you want to do, hun, you're more than welcome. Always, you know that. Yeah, I agree with you guys on that. Here's the thing. If she was on TikTok, like I said, that's why I think they were kind of hanging out together, you know? And like Sleuthy said, that somebody was invited to come over. Maybe it was to get something off of somebody.
Mhm.
We'll just go with that, okay? And something happened, and you're all right, Michelle. Don't worry about it. Things went bad. That's all I'm saying. And I think that I still think, and I've always thought that, and I said this, Mama Bear, you can say this for me, that they did the second floor first and then went to the third floor. I think that they went after Xana first and Ethan, and that, you know, the girls took off, maybe trying to get away or to call somebody, and it was too late, and boom. That's how I think it happened.
I mean, it makes sense if they came in the, what they say, the sliding glass door.
One moment, folks.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. I think if it was people that were invited in,
Yeah.
maybe the front door. But see, that's also the thing, because, you know, they list victims' names by order of death, and that would mean that they're even lying to us about order of death, because they have Maddie listed as number 1, which is why for a long time we thought victim number 1 really was Maddie, and that it was really targeted. Then she would have been the target, and everyone else was just happenstance, collateral damage type situation. But if that does change to where, okay, no, they actually, you know, showed up through the front door, and it's possible Xana and Ethan were first, but that's like kind of the opposite of what we're hearing from Dylan. But then again, not really. I mean, yeah, really. It's like I don't even know anymore. I just don't. They didn't give us enough information about what she actually said. They're going based off of what when it comes to time of death. Like, do we actually have a coroner's report that lists an actual time of death here, or are they just trying to state this based off of digital data without any actual coroner stating, no, they died at this time?
Yeah. Not that I'm aware of. There's no coroner
Physical time of death given.
Well, and I think I asked Dago today, or I think it might have been today. I said, so do we have actual documentation of Brian's supposedly being fired and having all these things?
No, I don't believe he was. I think that's crap too. I'm about to make a video about that.
And because I told him, I was like, you know, I said it came from Banfield, News Nation, something like that. Nobody has physical proof. They're just going by what they said. So I find that hard to believe.
Because that's the only timeline that I could find is the one from News Nation. So I am going to reference their dates because I need that to compare it to the actual information that we have. I just find it strange that, A, if they were going to fire him, why would they wait till in the middle of break, knowing he wasn't going to be there?
Right, ladies, I'm sorry. There she is.
Why would they
apologies.
do that? That doesn't make sense whatsoever. And then all we have after that is a letter about him not being able to come up on the campus. Well, if he was fired, then why do they need to worry about that?
I don't think he was.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about. I don't think he was either. I think that they got wind of what was going on and they decided to protect themselves ahead of time, and that's why that letter is dated the way that it's dated, and that's why we don't have actual real proof, because why would his name still have been on the whiteboard in the office if he had been fired 2-3 weeks prior?
Exactly.
Yeah. Welcome, Sleuthy. Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
A little bit. Are you in? Sound like you're in your car, maybe.
I am. I'm going back from lunch.
That's okay. That's okay.
But what I wanted to say was that, like, when I was reading the PCA, I was like, there's something off about this. we've all been assuming that like this car was out of sight from 404 to 420. And I really think that, and this makes way more, pretend that we don't even know that Dylan had this statement or whatever. It just makes more sense that both girls on the third floor stopped. Now, keep in mind, that house was supposedly empty until allegedly Bethany and Dylan got home at 1, right? So the house was totally empty. Anybody could have been in there, gotten in there when they left.
Very true.
I think that when the calls to Jack stopped all of a sudden from both girls at 2:52, I think that was when some type of like attack started. And if you think about it, then you've got, how much would it be? 10, 20, it'd be 30 minutes, over 30 minutes. If that were true, for this person to attack the third floor, attack the second floor, and then leave. And leave at 3:29 when it's seen on camera. Leaving. It could have also been possible that there was more than one person inside the house, that maybe they, one of them left and then like swooped back around. Like the way that the passes are explained, how they show up on camera, is that they had to have been, in order for them to pass once, pass twice, pass the third time and leave, they would have had to have come from the neighborhood. They couldn't have, because then they would have passed a fourth time. But they didn't pass a fourth time until after they returned, when it says that it's seen a fourth time entering the neighborhood at 4:04. So I really think that it's two different cars. And the timeline of the first car's presence there makes more sense with the other stuff that we know about, like the phone call stopping, the original timeline that we were told between 3 and 4 o'clock. I just don't, that the 4 to 4:20 thing just doesn't make sense to me. And also the fact that if they thought that this second white Elantra that was seen starting at 4:04 was the one that had the killer in it, then why did they say that the murders would have happened between 4 and 4:25? Like 5 minutes before and 5 minutes after, you're saying that you physically see this person driving around on camera.
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier. Yep. What's up with the additional 5 minutes?
So I don't know. I think that sounds more plausible. The only problem with that is that they've arrested someone who they're saying pinged at his home during that time frame. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So it can't be true. Like both of them can't be true. Like he can't have been the killer at home with his phone and also be at the house. You know what I mean? Especially if the phone was moving.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm bothered by the entire thing, and the fact that there's no mention of like the DoorDash car. Like, what was the DoorDash car? What was the whole attempting to park or turn around in front of the King Roadhouse? What does that even mean? Was it because they had to move to the side to let someone else go through,
right?
Or what?
I've said that from the beginning. Like, where is the DoorDash car? How did that happen at the same time and nobody saw that car? And it wasn't like, what was it?
Right, because if they're telling us about the DoorDash thing, why can't they be like, as they're telling us that this information has been told to them from the DoorDash driver, why can't they just go ahead and say, and the DoorDash driver drove this kind of vehicle? What is so hard about that?
Right, it wouldn't make a big difference in anything. You know what I mean?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Well, and like I just was looking at little things, like for instance, the fact that they don't even name the FBI agents that help them to get their data. So like like at the preliminary hearing, people will come and testify like as the prosecution, right? So if you put in there that FBI Special Agent Bob identified the car and he's the one with all of this experience, then at the preliminary hearing where you're trying to prove probable cause that you wrote in this affidavit, you're going to say, we need Special Agent Bob to come in and testify to what he knows as the person that did it, right? So, but they didn't name that person. Therefore, it opens it up to like, this is all, everything that was written by Payne for Payne.
Yeah.
Like, I bet you that Payne's the only one that's going to testify at that hearing. Well, if they can make that happen. You know,
Yeah.
the FBI cast agent who helped with all of these pings, if they're going to talk about these pings, wouldn't you want somebody on the stand who's then going to testify to having that expertise and helping you map out all of these pings? Because I don't see why you wouldn't put their name in there unless you didn't intend for them to be like, do you remember in the footage of Washington where they had to call which is really interesting to me because the day he was arrested and we found out where he lived,
Right.
I knew that he had a storage unit because they all do. So for them to physically go there and not know ahead of time that he had a storage unit, but did know that he had an office, I don't know how long they were possibly investigating him. If that was something like that kind of a detail that they had no idea. Like, what if he didn't leave that there? They wouldn't have known.
Well, I mean, not just that, but these are WSU officers that were assisting.
Right.
You'd
Yeah.
think they'd automatically know that they all had storage lockers.
Right. And then, and so like, but they got on the phone with that judge and he was like, you know, just state your name or whatever. And he was like, whoever it is that's going to testify. And she's like, and then she was like, I'm Dawn Daniels. So like, because she was putting her name on it, she was going to be the one that was opening herself up to testifying at trial, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So why wouldn't you put the FBI people in there that provided you this information? That way you can, or you don't have to. But I don't know why you would want to speak for at a hearing of any type, where we're talking about whether you're going to be bound over for trial or not, or if you're going to be going through the entire trial. I don't know why you would want to speak on things you don't know about. So me if I'm a police officer, which I'm not, if I'm a police officer, just a regular police officer, I don't want to be asked questions by the defense about, vehicle recognition and cell phone pings, because I don't know about that. I'm not the one that did it. Special Agent Bob did it, so Bob should be answering your questions.
Right.
That's very factual, and I don't understand why they're not. None of them are in the PCA anyway. None of that is like none of it. So that's very true. Very true.
Well, and that kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier about how one of the PCA states, I obtained a warrant for the phone. The other one states so-and-so got the warrant for the phone. But in reality, it's a completely different person's signature on the warrant.
They're all over the place completely. Both of them. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I want to see how that's explained, because at some point, all of this stuff that's not being given to defense, it's going to come to light. Okay.
Well, and tell me why they have to have a hearing for this, because that like the same day that they have the hearing for the gag order stuff, they're having like a motion to compel the evidence out.
Right.
Why do we have to even have that happen? Why are we having to have a whole session to get them to give over the evidence that they have?
That they has a right to. I mean, he has a right. That's like basic bottom level information that should have easily been turned. So you mean to tell me, are you going to try to tell me that you don't have the forensic lab reports of the shit that was found in his car and stuff in his parents' house in Pennsylvania, and the trash cans? That can't be true, because you literally mentioned the results of such a test in your probable cause affidavit. Granted, only one, but you still mentioned it. So you have the reports, and I get that they play chess, whatever.
Yeah.
They go back and forth, and it's like a strategy, whatever you want to say. But the fact of the matter is that now she's going to go and present this in front of a judge. It makes you look bad. Turn the shit over. Why do you want to look like an asshole? Like you're just not providing stuff. You need a verbal reprimand?
Or worse, it makes it look like they just don't have it, or if it's made up per se. You know what I mean? Which goes way worse than just looking like an asshole. But I agree with you. Absolutely. Right. That's what Annie was saying when she called in. Same thing. Word for word almost. I'm just waiting to see how much longer they're going to hold off before they do something about the fact that they're not turning anything over. I mean, how much longer can they do it? You know what I mean?
Well, the hearing's on the 22nd, so I don't see if this judge is worth a crap if they're going to like not let them leave that session without saying you're going to send everything over by the time we get off this Zoom call, or
Yeah,
else
but-
this is this and this is going to happen.
But don't they have to have that for a certain amount of time before that even happens?
What do you mean?
Don't they have to have those documents in hand or whatever in hand?
They should have it all in their system that they're using for the Zoom call. Everything should be on data files that could be emailed over.
But I'm
They're
saying
supposed to turn it over as soon as reasonable. So like
right.
if they get it and they review it, that's reasonable. You've reviewed it now, you understand what it says, now you should be sending it because you're in discovery right now.
It's this month afterwards. It's like well, actually no, it's like next week, isn't it?
Yeah, it's on the 22nd, 7 days.
Yeah, 7 days. So, and they still haven't turned anything over. You would think that they would be pushing. Well, she has been pushing to give. They need time to review this stuff before they even get into this. So that's going to be a problem in itself.
Yeah, because if they don't get anything from the prosecution side until sometime after the 22nd, that's only like a month until the preliminary for them to go over everything the prosecution is supposed to have. So that just tells me more extensions are coming.
Yeah, and I mean, are they doing this to delay it on purpose now at this point, since we're that close to it, to give them
For who to delay it?
I mean, not to delay it, but like, are they holding back to try to make things hard on the defense on purpose? Because that's what it looks like to me. You know, unless they just don't have what they're supposed to be giving them. That's all it looks like. Either way you look at it, it's one way or the other.
I think they have it. I think, like I've said before, I think that due to various reasons that there was a push for an arrest, and I think there was an expectation that there would be a lot of evidence in one form or another that was going to be found after his arrest. And I think that parsing through the information that they have gotten back may not have been as fruitful as they expected this whole time.
Yeah.
And now they need to continue to gather and gather and gather, because if you're looking at, let's say that all they got back once again was like circumstantial stuff, and you have to remember, like, evidence, I mean, it is what it is, but especially when you're talking about like circumstantial evidence, what's going to make a difference is how well Santa can explain that evidence. So if it's not direct physical, it's going to be how compelling he is in telling a story, right? So if he's feeling uneasy about the information that he has, like, I tried to point this out to somebody the other day, and I'm like, you understand that like this man literally indicted somebody, literally went to the grand jury, which is it kind of confirms everything that everyone always thinks about the grand jury. He indicted this person via the grand jury. Actually, I think it was more than one person. It might have been two. I'll have to pull the article. But he did that and then ended up dropping the charges after he had arrested these people and indicted them because he didn't have enough evidence to continue. But yet the grand jury said there was probable cause, which is, you know, I wish people understood wholly the difference between probable cause and what it takes to meet probable cause.
The actual, okay.
Because I think there's a lot of people that think, well, there's probable cause to believe that so-and-so did such and such a thing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arrested them. But I think they don't really realize how low that threshold is. Like, they didn't have to show pictures of this car in the neighborhood to that judge when she signed off on this probable cause for arrest. They didn't have to show the data pings. She didn't sit there and map everything out to see if it makes sense. She's not double checking. She is taking an officer who's not supposed to lie, right?
Yeah.
And saying, I believe what you're telling me. If this is the evidence that you have, I believe it. It's compelling. But here's the thing. And I think we talked about this before. To give an example of this, 2 different people wrote 2 different probable cause affidavits to 2 different judges, one in Idaho and one in Washington. And one of them says that he's pinging at a particular time in Johnson, Idaho. And another one is telling another judge that he's pinging at that same time in Johnson, Washington, which are hours apart. And both
Right.
judges signed off on that. So, like, this is important. Like, the preliminary hearing is important, and having more than just, they need a little bit more than just, you're going to have to take us on our word, because now they have someone else that's going to be cross-examining this stuff that they're trying to say. It's like a double check.
Yeah. Right. What did we miss over here? Side moving bodies. What we got?
This is a reminder. Eat dinner.
They'd order the food. They totally changed the timeline allowed. So okay, I see. Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense, and I agree. But the oh my god, I just lost my train of thought again. Sorry, guys. There's so much going through my head. Go ahead, guys. I'm sorry. I completely lost my thought.
Well, I'm just really trying to just figure out like what could they possibly have that really makes them think that this is the guy. It's like I know like like everything that we've seen, and I've mentioned this, you know, he seems like he might have a touch of Asperger's. He seems really just super OCD. His characteristics and his behavior that we're getting from him being a TA just tells me that he took his job way too damn seriously. And then Kim was making a good point the other day that whenever we're hearing about all his behavioral changes in class after the time of the murders, it was also at the same time he was being reprimanded for his behaviors against that one professor. So that could have been the behavioral changes. Like there's literally like 2 to 3 different ways that you can see pretty much everything that they're laying out for us. And to me, him being a criminology student, having the things he had in his house, having a million different computers don't mean nothing to me. I used to do storage units and have 50 different computers of all different kinds laying around my house at any given minute of the day. Him having dark clothes, okay, cool, my entire closet is black. My daughter's entire closet is black. That doesn't tell me nothing either. The only thing they really have, in my opinion, since they refuse to show us ring camera, they refuse to show us traffic cam, they're hanging on this stupid DNA that they're not even showing us a paper trail for. They're telling, like we mentioned earlier, they're wanting us to believe they grabbed this DNA on the 27th all the way in PA, had it flown over to Idaho, tested and positive, and everything done in less than a day. How? Prove it.
Yeah,
I don't believe you.
That doesn't make sense at all, and that never has. I don't know if you saw this, Sleuthy, but Robin Latham, I'm sorry, says, Sleuthy, there's what's called a 10-day rule that the prosecution doesn't have to give up discovery until 10 days before the prelim. I didn't know that, so.
Is that an Idaho thing? Because you'd think that the defense would know that, and they wouldn't be pushing so hard for the evidence. So, I mean, that might be the case in some places. I'm going to check for Idaho, but you think that'd be something that both sides would know, and then we wouldn't be having to have a hearing.
Yeah, or the judge would know. The judge wouldn't set a hearing for something that she knew. I mean, it is important. I think checking Idaho would be beneficial because there's several things that they do there that are different from other. For example, when everyone was talking about what would be discoverable about the defense's interview of Bethany, and the fact of the matter is that none of it is. It's not. None of it is discoverable. So whatever she talks about, she or her lawyer can go verbally reiterate what they talked about to the prosecutor, but the notes from the investigator during it, any statements that she makes, all of that stuff, it's not discoverable in Idaho, and it is in other places. So
I'm wondering if her lawyer obviously knows that, which is why they push so hard for her not to cross the state line.
Yeah,
maybe,
because if it can't be given to us verbatim, then what the hell is the point? I'm not going to trust what they tell us.
Yeah,
because if it's specific to her, according to what they're trying to state, then why can't it be like recorded and shown during the preliminary as a witness statement? Like, I don't understand why. It's just so stupid. That's just more stupidity.
I thought it was more of a personal issue with her not wanting to come back personally, you know, but I could be wrong, guys. This is just,
I mean, it could be a mixture of all of it for all we know, really.
Right.
Jules, what I was thinking when you just now said what you were saying about the different things. I was thinking about that just a little bit ago before I came in here because someone was playing a clip from Nancy Grace,
Mhm.
and they were like Nancy and whoever she was talking to was like, it's so weird that he doesn't have a shower curtain. Like, what possible reason could he have? There's no way he took a bath like from August until when he moved in until then. And I'm thinking, well, first of all, like, how much do you really know about this case? Because he's lived there since June, A.
Mhm.
And B, like, you also were telling us that he got fired from his job on such and such a date. So would it be weird if he did get fired and he cleaned his apartment out? Like, you're sitting here saying
Right.
it's so bizarre that his apartment was empty, but is it that bizarre if he actually did get fired? Why would he
Well,
stay? He
but
can't
that's
stay.
the devil's advocacy part of that, though, because now we don't really know about the firing situation. We don't have any proof that he was actually fired, and if
I don't think he
the
was.
letters that we saw are dated
either.
correctly, and it was after he left town that he would have gotten told about being fired, because I believe the thing was dated like the 19th or something like that. So that would have been like, what, 6 days almost? Didn't
Yeah,
he
I
leave
don't
on
think.
the 13th or something?
Right. I don't
Yeah.
think he did.
Fired. I don't think he was fired, but I guess my overall point is it's either that he didn't get fired, and it is weird that the entire apartment was cleared out if that was the case. But you can't sit here and tell me that everything he does is so bizarre, because if you're going to tell me
Yeah.
that he was
It's
fired
not.
and you believe that, then you can't tell me that you also believe that it's weird that he emptied his apartment, because it wouldn't
Right.
be weird.
Yep. Good point.
Well,
You know?
he left just like Nancy did. That made me mad when she reviewed the stop with the female police officer and said he acted this way and he acted that way and he was doing his. No, he wasn't.
No,
No, he
not at
was.
all.
He was
Listen.
acting absolutely normal. If nothing else, he was being extra polite because it was a woman, I think. But whatever, it is what it is.
I looked this up. Listen, there's a reason he didn't get a ticket. He didn't get a ticket, and it took that long for her to sit there and flip her little laminated card back and forth over and over again because she couldn't find exactly what it is she thought she was telling him he did.
Yeah.
Here's
I
the
know.
law, and this is the law, and it's the law everywhere, including Pennsylvania. Because my biggest thing was, I'm going to go after my mother because my mother taught me how to drive, and she's the one that told me to do that, and I've been doing it my whole life, and I've never gotten a ticket for it. And here's what it is: if she was going to write him a ticket, the only way that he would have been breaking the law in doing that and making that left turn is if the opposing side, the oncoming traffic, if they were also trying to make a left and his car was so far up. Now, it can be in the intersection, but it can't be so far up in the intersection that the person on the opposite side cannot pull out to the intersection and make their left, which isn't what she said. That's not what she said.
Not at all.
Nope.
No. We were the same way, to hurry up and go through the light to get through it. When in reality, you're supposed to slow down to the point where if you have to stop, then you have to stop. You don't speed through the yellow light. It's taught that way here in Ohio too. But whatever, you know what I mean? And I think maybe he was.
So
Go ahead.
Well, the way he explained it was that the people that were coming from the opposite direction that were driving straight, that they sped up. They didn't stop at the yellow light and they didn't turn or do anything. So he didn't know what they were going to do, and he didn't want to go because he didn't want to be hit. That was the way he explained it.
Right. And I believe that. I truly believe that. And the whole crosswalk thing, all that. So, oh my God. I don't know. That whole thing was just a joke to me, but whatever. And that's why I said I didn't like the way that she reacted to that, because she was completely wrong in my opinion. So
yeah,
it is what it is. It is what it is. I think people are making, this is a point, folks, and I know I'm going to get made fun of from T-Rev's going to make fun of me again because I'm saying he's possibly innocent or whatever. I don't care at this point, guys. I think people are making a way bigger deal out of him because they want to have this suspect here jailed and be over with this, okay? But at what cost? If it's not who did it, why does it have to be rushed through it like that?
I want to talk about incriminating stuff that's actually incriminating. I don't want to pick apart a normal ass traffic stop that didn't even get a ticket for, that the police officer wasn't even offended by.
No.
He also for a job supposedly at Pullman Police Department. So it's not bizarre that he would want to know about Washington laws.
Right.
And
also,
so
not to
I'm more
mention,
than happy to talk about it, that's real.
right, and not to mention that he spent 10 years learning law. So again, he's a law nerd per se and wants to know something he didn't know per se, if he didn't know it. He is from a rural area. It's very well possible that it's a little different there than it was here. That's never been enforced in that area. It's not enforced here.
We have
Not enforced here.
We have one stoplight, and there's hardly anybody ever going in any other direction. Like the road that it's on, I don't even know what the purpose of it is, because it's not in like a high traffic area. I think it's just to make you go 25. There's only one. Mm-hmm. My ex-husband literally will have like a panic anxiety attack in other places because he doesn't know what he can and can't do at lights.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what, like, even green arrow, he doesn't know that means he could turn. Like, he doesn't know any of that stuff.
These are facts. You know why? I live in a rural country town. We drive all through here, everything. The first time I ever drove into Jacksonville, Florida, I had to pull over, and I had a full-blown panic attack because I had no idea why there was 18 lanes going that way and which you're supposed to turn this way, because everywhere it's different, okay? And it's that simple. It doesn't mean that he's a serial killer or that he murdered somebody. The fact that he doesn't have a shower curtain does not mean that he murdered somebody. Maybe he took it home and have his mom wash it while he was there. Maybe he thought he didn't want to go back, because maybe there's a whole other side to this. Like this says, what if we're all wrong? Okay. Maybe there's a whole other side of this that we're not seeing. That's why I'm doing this.
Well, I mean, there is. Brian.
There is.
Heard a
There's
word.
two sides to every story, and we've only heard everybody else's but his.
It's getting so ridiculous that he has to be guilty.
Yeah.
Because he's weird. Okay. He's weird, so he's guilty. End of story. I'm done with that.
I think for a majority of people, like, he has to be guilty because for two reasons, and they're both fear-based, right? Either he's not the person that did it, and that's really scary because that means the person that did do it is still free, potentially.
Yeah.
Or they're afraid because he was literally arrested for murder, and you don't like to think that police get it wrong. That's really what it is, and that is scary. But I think pretending like it doesn't happen is actually more scary than actually recognizing it and realizing ways to prevent it from happening, or at least being educated in case, God forbid, it did. But like, I think that it clouds a lot of people. I think a lot of people equate being arrested for something to being 100% guilty.
Yeah.
But it doesn't also help that there's a lot of people that don't know that we exist here to question things.
Right.
Most people are literally only getting their information about this case from News Nation, Fox News, CNN, all the idiots. So, I mean, yeah, not a lot of people hear the questions we have, see the connections that we're seeing, hear the questions that we have that doesn't make this make sense. So that's a big problem too, really.
Yeah, I agree.
And not for nothing too, but I think it's lost on some people that, like, experts that you see on different, news things talking about this stuff, they're literally paid. They're literally paid for their opinions. So even in a trial, you can have two experts in the same field with the same level of experience. One is sitting there testifying for the prosecution, and one is sitting there testifying to the defense. And you would think that the information just is what it is, and it ain't. You can have two opinions from two different experts about the same piece of evidence, and totally. So just because you heard attorney so-and-so on News Nation say that the PCA heard so-and-so attorney on a different thing saying the PCA is whack. Like, there's so many holes that can be dug into it. Cell data isn't really reliable. Like, it comes down to like thinking, truly, it comes down to like thinking for yourself, looking into this stuff. Like, you can say that I'm sticking up for him, but I'm really not. I'm just learning, right? So if this ever happens to anybody that I know or myself, I'm more educated for looking up the information myself instead of just watching the news and believing what I'm told. I had my fake news a couple months ago. Was the most. I'm still reeling, truly. But like when the search warrants got unsealed, and they were like saying that things existed that didn't exist, and it was all over. And even now, still people are so confused. And I was like, wait a minute, what? How are we reading the same things? How are you telling the whole world right now that something really simple, just as an example, that he was pinging at the house during the murders? Like, it doesn't seem like that big of a detail, but by God, it is. And it's not true. You know what I mean? Like, that literally didn't happen. Or that he was pinging on the way before he shut his phone off. No, he was pinging in Pullman where he was located, and then he was no longer pinging again.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's so weird. It's so weird. Like, let's talk about the evidence, but let's talk about the real evidence. Like, if he does something fucking weird, let's say the body cam footage of his arrest comes up tomorrow, and he was, in fact, standing in the kitchen with gloves on and, separating water bottles and shit into a bunch of little tiny garbage baggies with like a shovel on the counter, then I'm going to go ahead and talk with you about how weird that is. But I don't know that.
OCD people do that every day.
And there you
OCD,
go.
OCD is a real issue, folks. It's a psychological thing. People go through that every single day. I could see Brian being an OCD person. For God's sakes, he wouldn't even cook food in a pan that had meat cooked in it before. Come on. That doesn't mean he's a killer.
About that. I think that I have like I think probably everyone has a degree of OCD, but as far as like it itself, and I know that there's some like with repetitive movements and things like that. But I'll be honest, like when I first thought that, I almost wondered, and I don't know why this was the first thing that popped into my head, but I almost wondered if they have some type of like compost. Like that was what like they were saying that it was his trash, but I was thinking the police literally wouldn't know to have told reporters that the minute he was arrested. How the hell do they know that was just his trash? Did they test it and it only came back with Brian's DNA on it? Like, how do you know it was just his trash?
And a lot of places have where they have to separate their trash into separate areas. The city that surrounds the township I live in, you have regular garbage, you have plastic recyclable, you have paper recyclable, and then you have something that they for like furniture pieces or cloth or something. I don't even know what the hell it is. We burn most of our crap out here, so it's whatever. You know what I mean? So who knows if that's what he was doing?
Mom literally, like I forget that they do that, and I've like my mom will literally look in the trash. Like when we come to visit, my mom will quite literally look in the trash can and make sure I haven't thrown like any cans of Monster in there or anything. She will pick them out of the trash. She's like, you can't do that. I'm gonna get a ticket.
Oh wow.
My wife threatens. Yeah. They do that. They will they'll fine you on your garbage bill. And it's like out here, it's like $25 extra they add to your garbage bill because they have to sort through it and pick it apart because they have separate services that dispose of the rubbish, whatever you want to call it out here. One goes through a recyclable plant, the other one goes this way. It's
trash and recycling.
They have it separated into 3 out here. And like my wife's the same way, even at home. Who knows what? Maybe his family's like that. If my wife catches me throwing paper in my garbage can, guess what? Guess who gets to go dumpster diving in their own garbage can?
Oh.
Because we can burn it. We can burn it. And she doesn't want to waste the garbage bags. That's all. It's a normal thing, folks. So that doesn't make him a killer because he did that. Now, I will say putting his garbage in somebody else's garbage can is a little odd. Okay. That is odd. But there very well could be some kind of an explanation behind that as well. Maybe he knew that they were looking at him for something that he knew. Let me say this. If he's innocent, then he's innocent. If he's guilty, he's guilty. Either way, I'm wrong. I'll say it. You guys know that. But here's the thing. Maybe he got onto the fact that they thought something was going on. Maybe he knew something was going on, that they were looking at him, and that's why he was doing it. Either way, it's still weird. I get it. And that would make me look at him that way too, in a sense. But not just because he's separating his garbage. Come on. not because he didn't have a shower curtain in his bathroom or because of this or that. I mean, these things, everybody wants him to be guilty, so they're finding every reason they can to make him guilty. That's all it is.
Yeah.
So
it's 5 o'clock. You got another show in 2 hours.
I was thinking about maybe postponing that one till tomorrow because something else came up too.
Uh-oh.
Anyway, yeah, something with my house that I have to deal with, but yeah, it's still been a long show. So either way, I'm sure everybody's tired of it, but we will be back here tomorrow to continue this because we didn't even get to touch on the PCA very much. There's a lot to talk about, folks. There's always, oh, she's gone. That was quick. Bye.
I think maybe it was an internet thing, maybe.
But yeah, I will be back for this tomorrow, folks. Yeah, the thing tonight, guys, I'm gonna put that up until do it tomorrow night, this one time only. There's something that came up that I have to handle in my home that I can't put it. I can't not do it. So my apologies, but we will be doing it tomorrow night for sure. And we will be back here tomorrow at noon, 12:30, whatever, to finish this up. You won't be. Mama Bear has to work tomorrow. My apologies, guys. But if I can talk Jules and her wonderful brain to come back up here with me to join me with it, I would definitely appreciate it because there's so much more to talk about. And I really do want to tear this PCA apart, guys. Every bit of it. I want to look at the edited one too, whatever that is. But
if I don't have calls to make tomorrow, then I can just work my accounts on the web. Then I can get back on.
Great. I appreciate that because I think it worked out well once we got to it, on top of the fact that the conversation is very good and it makes good points, guys. It really does. Mm-hmm. I appreciate all of you guys being in here today. Jules, thank you so very much. Always.
Oh, yeah,
always,
no problem. I like being here.
here.
Always learn something new. Multiple new things.
Every time. And everybody in chat, everybody that's just watching, I absolutely appreciate every one of you guys. I had almost 800 people in here today, guys, and I love that. That's amazing.
Wow. See, I've been looking at it through StreamYard and not even looking. That's crazy. That's so many people. That is awesome. See, that tells you how many people are questioning things and love critical thinking.
And that's what it is. It's again, it goes back. This is America, folks. People are innocent until proven guilty, and we have to remember that. We have to remember that. It's not fair to do what is being done. Again, this man was guilty the moment they looked at him. The moment they said his name, the whole world said, oh, we got him. We're done. But that's not the way it works, guys. And we know that, okay? So again, I appreciate you guys more than you guys will ever understand. Anybody that did the super chats, the super stickers, any donations, any of that stuff, I love you guys to death. I appreciate it. It keeps me running, folks. Moderators, you guys are absolutely positively amazing. Thank you for what you guys were busy today. I know you were, so thank you so very much.
Absolutely, they were.
Jules, again, we love you to death over here. You know that. So thank you so much for everything. Mama Bear, you just know. Thank you so much. Guys, I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. And like I said, guys, tonight, my apologies. Anybody that was looking to it, I can't do it tonight. Something happened, and my apologies. We will do it tomorrow. I promise you guys. Have a great night, folks, and I promise you I will see you on the other side. Have a great one, folks.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye, guys. I'll see you Thursday. I'll see you Thursday.
Yes. Don't be pushing it out an extra day on me now. Don't be doing that.
No, I was like, wait a minute. What? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Bye, everybody. Must have a thought.